Hello everybody. Everything should work. I'll be working. Anything else to have open? I don't think so. I guess VLR is probably a safe bet. Ooh, did I submit my pick'ems in time is the question. I did. So that's all fine. I do want to double check my vetoes before I do anything else, really. So we have JDG Gaming today versus Nova, FPX versus DRG. That's work in progress. And also this should all work. This doesn't, but this should now work with stuff for do I need to hide this? I probably can. Give you choice, hide this. I had most of these now, I think. What's this for? Oh, this is the page. Did you do the name 100 women challenge yet? No, but I want to. I need to like give myself a, like, what is it? Name 100 women in an hour. That's the goal. Because I watched a bit of Sideshow stream because I saw the clip of his wife Beth coming in and telling him to like sleep in the like workroom that he has. And I was like, oh, what the hell is he doing? I was like, oh, so yeah, I saw like Elizabeth tweet about the challenge and stuff. But generally, that's what people are trying to aim for, isn't it? Like, name 100 women in an hour. I think I could do that. The problem is like, does it count like Game Changers players? He did it in 57 minutes. Sancho did it in 63. Yeah, the thing is like even players that I'm on a team with, I don't know their names. Like, and I don't want to dox them either. As long as they're real women people, great. Oh man, I almost want to say that I could do it in half the time. But I should be able to do a lot faster because of Game Changers, right? As long as it's Googleable. TMB did it in 27 minutes. Ah. There needs to be like a leaderboard. Somebody needs to contact Liz and just be like, all of the talent, how they can quickly rate 100 women. But yeah, where are we like on like timer wise and stuff? We started quite early because I wanted to get in early because I got some things that I want to try out and show. But before we like properly get into it, I wanted to like do the veto, just double check it. But yeah, I think I could probably do it in sub 30. But I think the challenge isn't knowing 100 women, because I think most people would. It's being able to like relay it and in your heads group people up and blast them on that way. Northern Line done it in 7 minutes. How did they approach it? There must be like a way to quickly solve it. Is a trivia god. How did fit am I? I don't know if I've got my my camera too high. Right. So this series, I just want to double check if the vetoes like stack up, whether teams would be actually picking stuff. or whether I'm just capping a little bit, I guess. Or just not really thinking it through. Because that's a good point. I can test this. Didn't work. So good that I tried it and tested it. So why does that not work? Source visibility. Oh, because it's on the first version of OBS that I open up. Which is the same as recording as well. So actually, give me a hot second because I'm going to turn my camera off. The problem is I need to like actually get into it. There we go. So if I stop this, so I'm gonna freeze. I'm gonna be like, make it look scary. Oh, I thought it was gonna like freeze in place, but it's just got a boring thing on it. Yeah, launch anyway. So I have to have 2 versions of OBS open because I need to be able to use it as a. I have to get channel information from Restream. That's fine because we are live, right? So that's okay. Start virtual camera. Close this. Right, so this should now work. Yeah. So that's what the video I had on was. So it's a question of, so both these teams, the main thing is that they both ban Breeze. So if both teams are pretty clever, which I'd hope that they are, that they try to float Breeze as much as possible, knowing that the opponent also doesn't want to really play that map historically, both in I can show you. So the 4th series that's in JDG played at ban Breeze, 4th series that Nova played at ban Breeze. So it's whoever like floats it first. So it's like, what else are they going to take out? Like, if they don't just go for that straight ban instantly, which, I mean, JDG could just ban it out in the first wave, like here, because maybe, like, they'll just go, fuck it, let's just take them to Breeze, see what we can do. Nova, I mean, wait, who did it through the middle of the stream? If it was Liz, I think that's almost like cheating, because you have, like, all of those examples. Like, you have to do it sort of like fresh, and also you have to kind of do it as soon as you get asked, because otherwise you can kind of like prep stuff. Nova pick and split, how likely is that? I'd say it's fairly likely. It's their most picked map, 1-1. We can kind of look at their results, I suppose. So Nova on split. I mean, I can probably just do it like this. There we go. So split, they beat Tyloo 13-11, they lost to Trace, they kind of got destroyed. So they haven't played it at all in stage 1, it was just kickoff. So, oh, you can't see it actually because of this. So it's a potential choice. JDG picking Lotus. How likely is that? They played Lotus once against Tech and lost. No, they beat. They played Tech twice and lost. Yeah, I imagine mine would be different to people too, because I'd have a lot of. I'll put this somewhere as well. Give us really like overload of information, so you can see like where we are on the timer at least. So JDG picking Lotus. I mean, Nova had played Lotus. They played Trace on it. Yeah, it was Lotus and Ascent was for Nova against Trace. Let me just hide this for a second so you can see. So yeah, this was Trace's pick though. It kind of got destroyed, so I imagine JDG. It's also like when you got an IGL, I think taking them to Lotus is probably a good shout. Like a new IGL to just see what their calling is like. But it was bad calling from J Kiro in kickoff on this map especially. They just kept running low on time. Nova second ban in bind. What are the chances? Well, either they ban split, second ban split. Wait, what did they do against? They second ban split, so they were more happy to play Sunset. So that might be worth a change. Something like that, and then split. Because never have picked Sunset in the past. So maybe there's something cooking there overall. Why is this advert, by the way? 3, 2, 1. I know that. That's the only thing I know. What world is going on in the mainstream? Have they got like a new like accessory app? It looks like it. You can get to the fucking store for the app. That's... You don't need to log in to check what it is. You can just check on your phone. And hey, Chobra. That's like the now abandoned right esports mobile app. Yeah, I mean, I think having anything on mobile is going to be good. I mean, especially when you go to a lot of mobile organizations. Also, Chobra, first time chatter. You not been in here before? I'm almost sure I've spoken to you in here. Maybe it's just been in your own chat and I'm getting confused. Anyhow, no, the second ban and bind I think is fair. Well, actually, would they ban bind or split? I think they banned bind over split. And then JDG would be like, all right, fine, we'll ban breeze. And then second series. Oh, every time I have to do this as well. Second series, DRG versus FPX, DRG ban and Lotus. Would that stay the same? I mean, I think that even if they're starting to be open to playing Lotus, you're not gonna let FPX play it with whatever they've been. They fucking love this map. No way I was here before. Yeah, that's what I mean. Surely having your username would be better. And also, like, people call you, like, it's not like Pavlos, like X-Warrior, where people just call you Pavlos instead. Like, people actively call you Chobra. What are your plans for today, Ryan? I think today is a fairly straightforward one. Like, you got JDG played up against Nova and then FPX against DRG. So I think that, like, the two, like, top teams would win. Like FPX and JDG, if it wasn't clear. FPX banned the split. Yeah, I think that they have been keen to ban it pretty much since they went to Madrid. Oh, they got the top 5s and stuff. I had some clips from this to show later. So I got a little bit of a pre-show. Speaking of which, what we like on time. I'll start doing it now. This first shot from Fung, I just ruined it because I highlighted over it. But that first kill onto CB was crazy. FPX picking Breeze. I don't think that's as likely, but I think that that would just be FPX going, well, DRG looked trash on that map last week, and we can play it. I got this clip in the little pre-show that I've got. Because these are like just crazy classic kills. It's like, if anything, that sums up China. Like, you've got like an attacking stun coming in to help, but it just misses. EMA pickums are in the toilet now. Yeah, I haven't actually done them. I'm definitely saving this because I was gonna fucking break down this round, and then it was just in the top 5 anyway because I was trying to look for it in the VOD. But yeah, I guess I can make a start on it now. I just want to make sure that everything's like good and going. Because, you know, we don't have a like a watch, we don't have a broadcast, so I thought, fuck it. What is this? I mean, it should be fine. JDG clear favorites? I wouldn't say clear, but I would say favorites. But we can go over this. Yeah, it didn't like that for whatever reason. But welcome to VCT China Stage 1, Week 2, Day 1. Let's look at scores on the doors for the groups. Stu Badder dropped 60. I hope so. Right, I'm going to focus on this. So these are the groups so far after Week 1. We've seen Wolves play twice, losing twice. We can talk about them when they play. Is it tomorrow or is it Sunday? I think it's tomorrow. But EDG, Billy, top of the group so far. DRG just in a playoff position because they have a better like map differential between these teams. And then for likes of Trace, FPX, All Gamers, and Tech, Omega Group doing really well. The only team that's sort of losing out a little bit more is Tech because it went to a full free mapper and they have bad map differential. But obviously this is going to change. But generally what I've said is the favorites for playoffs is probably EDG. That's kind of it. I think this is open for the other 4 squads. I would have hoped Wolves, but I think after this week's game against All Gamers, which I've actually predicted All Gamers, so don't tell TMV, don't tell Chris. I think that this is very open. Like, Billy should be qualifying for playoffs with this kind of group, with how rough this has been. But this final spot for these 3 squads is open to anybody at this point. For Omega Group, I would say Trace, FPX easily. And then this spot, again, is quite open. Like, I think especially for Tech, JD Gaming, like this... Because obviously they don't play each other. They play the other group for the first stage. So it kind of makes it awkward because you don't get those head-to-heads to see who like actively deserves it. But if I put it this way, I think Tech is less likely to get upset by one of these teams than JD Gaming as of right now. Wolves hype dying. It's just the team is there. The ideas are there, but it's like there's so much to build up clearly. And it's just whether that build-up is worth it. I also wanted to highlight the top 10 ACS players because it's an eclectic mix. Fung, great like performance last week, but he was up against a weak Nova. RB for Tech, full free mapper series against Wolves, MVP of the week, according to like the China broadcast side of stuff. But people like Del B switching over to a different role, playing Sentinel, looking good. Aluba 30 bombing in 2 maps against Tech and still losing. HFMI on a different role for Tyloo, actually looking amazing on the Sentinel over like his initial initiator stuff. Swell's debut was great despite losing. Life now on main duelist instead of Autumn looks brilliant. Smoggy also sort of playing more of the duelist. Really good series against JD Gaming. And then K-Knight sort of back to form. It's nice to see BLG players up in here. But let's talk about JD Gaming first. JD Mall, JDG Esports. So thank fuck we don't need to be able to say that. But we'll start with sort of highlighting the new player that's come in for JD Gaming, which is WATCHPARTY. He's a new IGL, an actual IGL. You got to remember that JDG brought in the main core of Rare Atom. They couldn't bring in Yeoman because they were only allowed 1 Korean, and they were going to pick Stu because, of course, Stu is fucking phenomenal. So they tried J Kuro as an IGL because they'd already picked up J Kuro at that point. It didn't work. Stu told me that he was basically IGL in some maps, which is never a good sign. So YH10, they got him from Attacking Soul Esports. And I think he had a really good debut, actually, despite losing against EDG. Speaking of that EDG series, they got battered on the first map. They won on Bind, which was like EDG's main map pick, but they picked Ascent here. And obviously Kung Kung is playing on the initiator role with Smoggy playing on the duelist. And I think this map for Bind was actually really good. Lost 13-11 in typical JDG fashion, but also EDG winning in typical EDG fashion, right? Like they just won so many like multi-kill rounds. It's frustrating to watch because these guys are so good. But ultimately, I think that like if JDG are pushing you this close, despite them having a brand new IGL, I do worry for EDG against some series like against who would they play? Trace, FPX. Like that could be really tricky. But yeah. For JDG, just to highlight this real quick, what are they looking for? Well, they've been banning up Breeze every opportunity they've had. They've been picking a lot of stuff, but I wouldn't necessarily say that they have like a map that they're super confident on, that they're picking all of the time. Like they're trying to find what works for them, essentially. But like they're kind of happy to play all sorts of stuff. And teams, I guess actively overall are banning out Sunset more than anything. But for Bind, they... actually, this is wrong. They've won twice on Bind. Because they lost against Tech, won in the rematch, and then they beat EDG. So this isn't updated, so ignore it. For Split, I think 2 losses there now. Ascent, 2 losses there now. So yeah, this is a bit behind, but it's still like fine. You sort of see where they're doing well. Sunset, like Icebox, Bind. Like it's for GDG, it's just finding a good map to work with. I can't even remember what this clip was that I was highlighting. I think, oh yeah, this was a nice round actually for JDG, because one of the things that has been a problem for them has been like the calling, the mid-rounder, because they don't have an IGL. Some of the decisions are often late or just non-existent, and especially on a map like Bind, where if you're playing defense, the whole like premise of playing defense is make sure that you have more players on the side that is being hit, which sounds obvious and stupid, but like there's no mid, so it's you're attacking, you're trying to bait towards one site and then quickly hit the other to try and pull defenders away from the site that you want to go to. Kites, thank you very much for the 2 months. So I actually want to say that this was a great round for JDG when it came to like sort of the calling and decision making that Stu and Viva made here. So Smoggy, 3 people push up. It's Yeehao, Viva, and Stu to push into. Can I move this back a little bit? Does that work? So there's a bit of like pressure here from EDG early. Skydog is used to try and re-clear this. 3 players push up. There's a bit of an error here with Yeehao sticking out. Smoggy gets a kill. But having 3 players from JDG actively clear this, they get the trade. They get that information to see if anybody else is there. EDG, because of all of this action happening, they've seen 3. So EDG are like, there's 3 on B. Just go, just go. So Martin does well to like hold the line, gets fully flashed, but is able to still not only back off from lamps, but not give it up completely. You got WATCHPARTY trying to fight for to delay the plant going down because there's 25 seconds. He gets killed for the smoke because he's trying to spray through with a Vandal. And this was just a really good round for Martin to like actively clear all of this alone, which is kind of risky because the Cyber Kitchen comes in from Haodong. But it's nice to see, like, again, JDG having individual moments, but I think this call to like clear this as a team and then try to move over towards A was a really good one. So I want to see more of that stuff out with JDG. For Nova Esports, this was a team that we expected to be like absolute ass, right? We were expecting them to be the DFM equivalent of VCT Chan before DFM actually ended up winning the series against T1. So the main change for them is they brought in Swirl, who was on the same team as Guan, which was Royal Never Give Up, which was good. And they've moved Pang Hang, who was kind of like a duelist sentinel player, didn't really know his role. He got benched in place of Swirl. Swirl's on main duelist. Guan has now moved over to sentinel. And it looked okay. So yeah, Swirl, like OCE player as well, on a full Mandarin-speaking team. Going to be difficult, but he's sort of used to it at this point. They lost kind of hard against Trace. Now bear in mind, who's a duelist for FPX? We'll get onto FPX like later, but we can also talk about them. Like I've got all of this for the second series too. So for Trace, these guys have played each other before. Trace absolutely destroyed Nova at kickoff. And so Nova here, it's sort of like the same, realistically. Lotus was Trace's map pick. Trace kind of destroyed. This is a good map for them. They're not changing anything up. Nova now actually playing the Viper. They were playing like double initiator before, and it looked kind of tragic. They got destroyed here. But Ascent, despite losing, and despite it looking like a fairly standard like map loss, it wasn't necessarily that close. I think there was some good stuff here. Swell's debut, going even on a 0-2 loss is pretty good. And Fung Fung just played lights out. Low King's debut as well was phenomenal. I wish I highlighted that, actually, thinking about it. But we can talk about Trace, actually, another day. That's why I didn't highlight it, I guess. For Bans, Breeze, that's another thing that they're looking to probably take out. Playing a bit of Split, playing a bit of Ascent. Sort of similar thing, I suppose, to JDG, where they don't really have a map to rely on all that much. So there's like some good like map wins. They've won a series as well. They beat Tyloo, so it's not like this team is completely out of confidence. I think even losing this series, there was still a lot to take from it with any luck. But this is generally how it's looking. We saw this very recently, just on the mainstream. But I think this is a great highlight of stuff like what Nova's doing. Obi-Wan as well, one of the best names in fucking China because it's, you know, effectively Obi-Wan Kenobi. Some sick shots with the classic. The stun coming through, barely hitting the opponent because they're playing Breach on Ascent for some reason. Actually just like insane shots for a fucking controller player to be having. This was a quiet day for him specifically. So this was my initial guess of the Veto. I think this is going to be a bit different, actually, thinking about it, because like I said, both these teams ban out Breeze, so it's a case of both these squads, like who's going to be actually floating it, who's going to be making sure that like they can leave this and take out another map that they don't necessarily want to play, knowing that the other opponent might have to ban Breeze at some point. So Nova banning Icebox I think would make some sense. JDG banning Ascent. It's more about picks, I suppose. But I think the case is like neither of these teams really have like a god tier map to be playing. I think the main thing is that this will probably swap around. I think Nova would be more keen to play Sunset, but I guess we'll see. I also wanted to highlight like strength of schedule for the rest of this stage after this series, because JDG having Dragon Range Gaming, depending on how they do later today, that might be a good or bad series. And then they got Billy and Wolves, which could be both like tricky opponents, especially this Billy series. I think that'll be a good one. For Nova, it kind of gets a bit easier after playing FPX, Tyler, All Gamers, and Tech. These two especially, very winnable, but I think Tyler have been looking better, and All Gamers have been looking fantastic as well. So that's a breakdown of that series. We'll go over FPX quickly, but I can do this later too. I don't know why that's such like low quality. I guess it's just because it's zoomed in. They 2-0'd in their first series against Wolves, moving over life to like the main duelist, and then Autumn, who was the main duelist before, has been playing a lot of like Viper and stuff. And then they played triple controller on Lotus, which actually kind of cooked. And I wanted to show this round in particular. So you're missing out on Sentinel utility, but you've seen here, you've got the Omen smoke with the one-way here. You got a position that you can paranoia across as well from this attacking Viper wall. So Mosh gets thrown in backside. Dizzy Flash thrown in just as Life is dashing in at the same time with the satchels. The Flash fully gets Coldfish. He can't really play behind here because of the Mosh taking all of that space. You've got a Gravity Well here, the Astropole. So Iang's just cooked all of these people. Aluba was still paranoid before from the still Flash from the paranoia. There's the vulnerable that comes in from the Astropole. Lysol gets YU because he's like TP'd onto a bed. Oh, opened the door and got a better angle. And overall, it's just like, for such a crazy comp, this is fucking cooking. Because the whole point of playing Lotus is to be able to fight for that space A main. And if you've got all of that utility just being thrown at you, and when you have utility that you can throw from across the map, like Astropoles, it's terrifyingly good. So it's not just a team that's playing memey stuff because it's China. Like, I think there's actually some merit to it if they can make it work. So, wait, how have I managed to fuck this up this bad? I guess it's too big. And they're up against Dragon Ranger Gaming later. They lost in their first series against All Gamers. All Gamers only picked up a series win now, last week. And it was looking kind of like business as usual for All Gamers choking some of these maps. They were 11-7 up on Icebox and lost 13-11. DRG had an amazing clutch that I want to show you because, oh my god, it could not happen anywhere else. But All Gamers, very close series on Sunset. And then the mental was gone for DRG on Breeze, and it handed All Gamers their first ever series win so far in VCT China, which maybe came a lot earlier than people might have anticipated. But overall, like, you got the stats as well from these guys. Fukashu, especially 200 ACS average, something I want to highlight in a second. But also, they brought back in Shion, who was a main roster player on this team, got benched for Dingwei, who was their 6th man, and now they brought Shion back in place for Dingwei. So it's kind of like almost like if Pancada came back to Sentinels, that's what it would be like with Shion coming in. And then for All Gamers, we'll talk about them a little bit more tomorrow, but they moved Delby over to playing Sentinel for the most part, and then moved Spitfires, who was the Sentinel player. They swapped roles, but basically it looked better when Delby was playing Duelist and Spitfires looked like playing Sentinel. Yeah, this is... If you've not seen this before, brace yourself. I'm not going to say anything. Just a casual 1 versus 5. I still, at this point, to be honest, I can't tell if this is Nick doing a crazy job. By the way, Nick's the RGL too. Like, these first 2 fights are amazing. Like, that transfer is so hard to do, but I can't work out if this is more All Gamers throwing. Like, that positioning from Spitfires isn't that great, and then Sword9 was just not aware that he was going to flank around, which I can't work out why. But also look at the time as well. There's 10 seconds, and like, it's not like Sword9 could just get out of dodge. He's like fully committed to the angle. So yeah. Also for DRG, it's worth talking about Vukashu. These were 4 out of the 5 maps that he played in groups of kickoff last year, and he was the MVP in all of them. There was one where he wasn't, but it was, I think it was Luke that had the higher ACS, but Vukashu had more kills. But yeah, 4 out of the 5 maps that they played in their groups of kickoff, Vukashu MVP'd all of them, even some that they lost. So this is a player that is just used to being top fragging and stuff like that. When they played FPX last time, which was a qualifying game for Madrid, DRG making top 4, Vukashu was completely shut down. Worst performance that he's had, I think, in China ever. Because even when he's not top, like, ACS, top, like, MVP playing, he's still, like, putting up good numbers. So this was a real shock performance. But it doesn't surprise me that teams like FPX are looking at DRG and going, well, Vukashu's fucking farming. Let's find a way to shut him down and make sure that he's not involved. Especially with him being a non-Mandarin speaker player, essentially, and everybody else being. Making sure that, like, Vukashu can't communicate, essentially, how much, like, he's struggling and how to incorporate him more, I think is a good way for FPX to deal with it. And I would assume that FPX would do the same thing this time. For bans, DRG would take out Lotus because FPX like it. Split mostly been banned out from FPX since kickoff. DRG picking Sunset, FPX picking Breeze. It's really up in the air. Not sure what they like to play at the moment. And then strength of schedule, which we'll come to. But yeah, that's a little bit of a breakdown of what's going on at the moment in VCT China. Lots of share around. This is sick. Thank you. I mean, this is something I wanted to do, but I just like it is like a lot of work. It's not a lot of work to like know that information. It's just like getting good assets and stuff that's worthwhile talking about. But I also think that that's one thing that I struggled a lot when I was working desks, is I wasn't very good at prepping. Like, I'm a very typical ADHD person of just, I'm not going to, I'm going to do everything last minute because, like, that's just where I thrive. That's where I do my best work, and I'm like fully invested, which is bad. But yeah, like if, for example, if we had a story meeting for the Polaris games on Sunday and I was working a desk, I'd be very like hands off. I'd be like, I'm not sure what I'm gonna do, I'll let you know. And then on the day I'm like, hey, I have this really fucking cool idea that I want, and they're like 45 minutes until we go live, right? And it's too late. Like, that's genuinely, I think, one of the things that I can be very critical of myself with, is just being very last minute with like assets and stuff, which, you know, naturally screws over people on the day, you know, like people like Sue, people like Kuka, if I'm just kind of very blasé about everything. But I'm not very good at like, okay, let's say alright, put me on the desk for All Gamers versus Wolves, and like think of some assets, and I'm like, well, shit. Like, I just got blank. So this is something that, like, when I'm watching the game, I want to be able to, like, if I'm watching cool stuff from Nova and there's a round that I want to highlight, I want to be able to, you know, write it down, grab it, and be able to do what I did just then. I kind of cheated this week because I was, like, taking it from the top 5, but I legit, like, for the JDG round, I was just scrubbing through the VOD being like, was there anything from JDG that I liked seeing? I was like, yeah, that was kind of cool. I think I'm very last minute, and I'm also very I tried to be as efficient as possible, so I don't like the idea of like me watching a game live and then having to rewatch the VOD to remember stuff, because that feels like it's just a waste of time. It's a little bit, I guess, like when I look at people like Sean Garris, you know, when he goes on Plat Chat, he's like, I've got this round for Kurt, and I'm like, Jesus fuck, like this guy's come in like fully prepped, like Jesus Christ. Like what the hell. So I think, but that's something that is like, I could do that when streaming, and like it trains me to do that more, that if I ever work a broadcast again, I know whether to keep an eye out for it. But I think it's so useful, like, you know, like Job was here, I'd fucking love it if Job was like, yeah, there's one round I wanted to like particularly highlight, and like I feel like if you're on Plat Chat doing that kind of stuff, they would value that a lot. I think it's one of the best things to train if you're like a working like talent in games, is just be good at, I want to talk about this, I want to do that, like be very like clear and concise with it. You're casting Sunday, right? Yes. So I probably miss at least a chunk of EDG versus Tyloo, depending on how quick the first series is. But in all honesty, I don't mind missing that one, because like I said in the Pick'ems video, it is the best team in China currently with EDG versus the worst team in China currently with Tyloo. If EDG lose this, and don't get me wrong, they absolutely can. They do not look good at all right now. Like they look completely, I was gonna say washed, which is kind of mean, but like I genuinely feel like EDG just, they're trying to cook up so much, but it's like, I don't think you need to change who's playing what roles. You just need to like really pay attention to what other teams across the continents on the other side of the planet essentially are doing. Like even just watch some fucking America's Tier 2, like see how disciplined they are with their protocols, and look at the theory of stuff like EMEA teams. I'm not saying take some of the comps that, you know, like Liquid and Koi and FUT especially are cooking up, but if you can look at those comps and go, all right, this is like FUT's Lotus comp, what are they hoping to achieve, you know? I feel like EDG are the people. EDG are an example of a person that wouldn't have to do a driving theory test. It's like taking some young, I don't know, fucking like NASCAR off-road driver kid and just putting him on the roll straight away. Like they can drive, they have the mechanics, but there's some things that they don't necessarily like understand that I think is like catching them out. Because they know like comps, they know setups. You can tell that they watch teams like Sentinels, take what they like from there and do it there. But I think there is an element of like not knowing how to fully optimize bits. They could do an amazing like Paranoia flash on Omen that can get clear many different angles. But it doesn't matter if you're not timing that Paranoia up with somebody peeking. It's like, that's my biggest problem with like playing ranked. It's like, I love like kooky, like 200 IQ, like silver lineups and all that shit. But if you can't execute them properly and in appropriate situations, then there's no point doing it. You're better off just like looking up at a wall and just full charge sending it that way. CB. I did see Liquid Friday 10-2 lead versus Navi. I mean, it says a lot about Navi, like the mental side of it to bounce back, but that's what Angel does so well. Like, I've spoken about this like a few times. Like what's so good about Angel's IGLing is that he's so unemotional. It's a better coaching then. Not even that. Like, I also don't necessarily like the idea of like EDG being like, oh yeah, we need to hire somebody like SLK and Anders. Don't get me wrong, I'd love to see Anders like get a job in China because I think he'd do so much. Because that's also a region that isn't afraid to go for some more offbeat stuff if Anders feels like he's got a comp that's cooking. But I don't like EDG almost trying to be like, oh, the problem is like the comps, the problem is this, the problem is like we need to bring in, like, you have everything you need to make this a success. All you need to do is just effectively think about how you want to play off of each other. And I guess it's also like probably using scrims well, if I'm honest. Like, I think that a good amount of the ones for like the good amount of scrims from EDG, I can imagine it's just them mechanically different people like running it down. Yeah, it's game sets to an extent, but it's more specifically like, how do we play and how do we adjust when we're losing? Because this team just isn't used to it. And we have seen so many teams over various esports, but certainly in Valorant, be dominant for so long and then fall off the edge of a cliff and never recuperate. Teams like TSM, teams like G2, teams like Sentinels back in the day when it was the Reykjavik winning team, teams like Ascend to an extent. You look at Fnatic and all of the great runs that they're on, but as soon as they start losing, it starts to really like look off. That's why people always say, you know, Fnatic are on a honeymoon period and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, Swell is an import, Stew is an import as well from Korea.
Analysis.
One sec. Right, could they do?
随着双方教练的集权，5位区 CN 联赛常规赛第2周第1场比赛即刻开战。一边是在起点赛拨云见日，迎来曙光的 Nova， 而另一边则是急于自证、重塑巅峰的京东茂 JDG。究竟谁可以取得 VCT CN 的首胜？我们拭目以待。
是的，当时我们也是在聊啊，因为教练离开，所以因为这个指挥的离开，所以这次的话
Those are way too close. I mean, it's on a big stage too, so it's not like there's anything crazy going on there.
但反观他的对手 Nova， 其实紫金的光辉想辐射在无畏契约的土壤，但这一年似乎出现了明显的水土不服。
Yeah, I mean, I don't think they'll be able to hear each other. Like, it'll be loud up there with, like, the audience probably, like, music blasting out. Also, the casters and stuff, I imagine, are going to be heard over. So, I wouldn't necessarily worry about those kind of things. I'm going to run ads so we do get them at the start of the game. Sorry, I should have probably done it before I did my little desk. But, speaking of which, I should probably, like, take that, like, the little desks and put them on YouTube as well. Like a little pre-show thing. Oh, we got vetoes. Maybe I don't do it now. Let's see how right I am, actually.
是，那让我们先来看一下 Nova 和 JDG 的一个图纸情况、BP 情况来。
So Icebox, they took out Breeze. So JDG not fucking about. They're not like willing to float it at all. So they're just going to take up Breeze. Nova picking Sunset. So everything Nova-wise, I'm right on. JDG, what are you hoping to make your home? What is your best map with YH10? Is it still Bind? Because you could definitely pick Bind. It is. So that win over EDG doing a lot for their confidence. So Nova, would they ban out Lotus here? Would they ban out Ascent or Split? I think they'd probably ban out Lotus. And then what does that leave you? Lotus or Split? Lotus is a third map. So I was a little bit off. Speaking of which, it's probably a good chance to actually move these down and actually line them up. Here we are. For Nova, okay, this is something else I want to check. This probably isn't going to work as well as I'd hoped, but it's worth double checking. So, what am I? Sunset, Bind, Lotus.
然后呢，拿出亚海玄城，然后放掉了霓虹钉，这种改变在曾经是我们不可想象，对于他来说。是的，那看完了一个今天的一个整体组织情况，其实聊回到光光这个点上。
But I know how to fix that. So let me just try this as well. For agents, that doesn't look great, but it's fine. So yeah, it's, wait for Sunset. No, it is right. No, it isn't. There's no harbor. What are they running? YH10 is on the Cypher, Viva Sova. So they've gone back to that, like, typical comp that they've been running. The Solo Initiate Sova, which it's the rare Atom comp. And Swell is actually on Killjoy. Yeah, because I think Guan's Neon on this map is crazy. So it makes sense to just throw Swell in on that and just see how they work. But, what are they missing? Oh, they were running double duelists with Olingo? Is that right? No, I think that's split. Wait, that's Lois. For both of these, it's like, oh, I see what I've done. This should work now. Oh, yeah, that's something I need to keep an eye on. Not that one. This one. Yeah, we haven't seen JDG play it. And then Swirl, Breach, Fade, Omen, Killjoy. So that just needs swapping around to be like... Yeah, okay. Gamba or no Gamba? I haven't set up, sorry. Like, just because the stream is quite like chill. I'll do it real quick. Sunset, JDG, Nova. You have got like 30 seconds.
Okay. 马上进入到常规赛第2周啊，第一场比赛的第一张地图，日落之城。
Oh, are you putting in the bets on Nova straight away? Okay, fair enough.
上次交手其实还是京东还不是那也是2-3年9月份的事了，而且改变真的很大，所以现在你可以当成是他们的首次接触。
This guy's reminding me. Right now it's like a one-man band because a lot of the mods that I have are for Sliggy too. But like, I don't need much, to be honest. Alright, so Martin getting the first kill. CB still going for this. I mean, it's a little bit of a whiffy fight from Stu of all fucking people, but Nova have actually found their way in. Olingo's quite low. Has a aftershock, which is kind of crazy on the pistol. And on like 1 HP, he peeks out on his own. Paranoia is nice, but after smoking... I mean, that's not a great peek from JDG either. But I guess they assume that because they're in the smoke, they got paranoid. Like, we can miss this and, like, push afterwards. But I guess, like, you know, Nova were very well aware of it. Let me see if Sliggy wants in. Where is that beautiful bastard?
你会发现他的整个状态依然是保持的非常稳定的一个大腿表现。
是的，而且他刚刚讲了，你刚刚讲到回合数嘛，其实他率先击败率也是22%。
And then if somebody wants to just top up at Sliggy and say that like I'm around, if he wants to call, we can do that.
虽然今天来到了少尉，但是你能看到 Swell 的枪法确实顶。
拿下手上狙之后啊。
This is also the map where Nova had the crazy like Guan Ace on an Antico.
是打慢。 打默认，先看对面有没有一些非常规的战术。
So there was some really like good ideas from Nova, but it was also very unorganized, to say the least. There was a lot of people not in good positions and all that kind of jazz. Anything else comp-wise to worry about? Not necessarily. Everything looks like fairly standard. Just 2-shot forecast. Why is that not working?
所以两边的包点其实都是比较加固的一个状态，在正常情况下。
是的，现在我觉得还有一个任务就是要适当找一下零。
Yeah, it was very sharp, but it's just because it's last minute.
这分是一个非常。
Alright, so Stu's fighting on B, he gets taken out instantly. No other utility for White to tend to work with because he had a camera that got broken. Yeah, yeah.
尽量不要掉枪，现在对他们来说还是。
还是比较谨慎的在搜一下战术监控，但是出来的第二瞬间。
It's from like a Windows update thing. The JDG needs to frag to win. I'd say not necessarily, but it's like helpful.
而且闪电弹球把手在方向直接卡住，强行躺出来的情况下 ，Martin 最后没有站住。
光光现在需要大量的击杀来。
Similar like Kung Kung for EDG, right? Everybody else can like put in the work. But there's stuff that Stu just can do that nobody else can. Same as Kung Kung.
是的。 而且从终极技能点上的一个情况来说 ，OK 也是最后给到了欧林欧。
What are the odds for the Wolves All Gamers game? Like 60-40 Wolves? I'd probably say 60-40 All Gamers. I think they'd be the favorites with like how good they played against DRG. And like Wolves just not looking that great against FPX and Tech. Granted, they are really tough opponents.
且这180度枪线架的直架没辙。
那其实现在就看第三。
For Wolves, it's just a problem that some maps look really good, some others don't.
JDG 的整套阵容，你看现在
like all it really comes down to.
再这么一分，两边包点其实是一个加固状态，那有。
Alright, so you got the full buy now.
是中路其实真正的是京东 Mall 的一个。
Is that the this is the shock data breaks the trip here. And I think that's a big focus of how JDG played us over typically, which is why the way that Viva plays over is good for like ranked, because it's very like focus on breaking trips and stuff. That's a nice little setup though for Nova. Like the stun paranoia pushing onto the Sova. because there's not much stall hit to fight up against it. So this is like a sick bonus again from Nova. Lovely little set play.
这可是京东梦 JDG 的长枪局啊！对 ，Nova 不仅攻入了包点，现在还有人数上的优势。
地方投射大概位置已经全部锁定了，而且 Swell 已经动了起来，但这个时候选择比较保守的，还是选择从市场和队友的汇合。
So what, you got 3 rifles against a Guardian, Phantom, 2 Bulldogs. You see how like actually this post plant is played from Nova's POV. Great lurk from Swell. Good clearance from Martin, to be honest. Actually, this maybe CB peeking straight afterwards wasn't great, but this was like a solid retake. You just got to think that if you're like Nova, when you have all of that opening, like this lurk gets cleared. It's a very winnable like round.
在两侧想要去直接从包点打进来是非常困难的，对于 Nova 而言，所以他们选择大胆的中路提速。但其实最重要的是他们的一个必通的。
I mean, you get the plant and you get 2 kills, but you absolutely could have done more. Like Martin very much saves him. Martin's form actually, I'd say throughout all of this year, has been great.
我觉得两队虽然说首秀都是输掉了，但绝对是在 Stage 1的这几个月。
Like him and Yihao, I'm very like worried about, I suppose, because everybody else on the team just provides so much. Oh, the paranoia Stu peeking is nice.
直接走了，而且爆能器的位置打到，确定对方的一个主攻方向。
I think there might have been it's either a poison cloud or no, it would have been a snake bite, I think. But there was an assist from the Viper.
这就是强行来攻 A 的一个代价呀，这没办法的。这包点里面蝰蛇第一波在，然后幽影还有单向烟，你怎样都是损失惨重的。
So they're pushing up link now. Good space given up from Viva to not worry about it too much.
包点走往中路先去抓人，
Just keep an eye on it.
再加锅点了
And with a Guardian too.
带走了苏奥，
Instant rotate away. So these guys have given up CT, and you've got 3 people stacked up fighting for this.
骑虎难下了。
So again, this is like good movement and stuff. I also want to write down Nova's bonus.
一个经济，这分是 Nova 的一个长枪局啊，下一分要看他们是选择决心强起，还是要一回合了。
是的，而且现在他俩这个位置想保的难度其实都会比较大的。
When in doubt, Stu will pull miracles out. It's always nice to have in those bigger moments, but it's something you definitely don't want to rely on. A nice 3K. And just good fight actually from like JDG. Good set play.
现在的经济完全好起来了。
Still， 如果我没有记错的话，在
So far we've seen JDG play on Ascent, Bind, and Split with YH. So this is the 4th map in their pool. And I think a lot of the stuff that like JDG seem to have is like fairly well built.
晚焰火是战队的一个轴承性的关键性技能啊，也是战术地位的体现，包括是他个人能力，对吧？击杀术的这种充能，
他这个点基本上都是击杀来的，没有什么是技能点来的。
来了，反手。
Right, just execute utility again. Martin, I'm surprised that he fought that considering, you know, you're the Neon ult. I guess you're just hoping that if you're on an off angle, you're going to get cleared. The Fung stats inflated, are we actually seeing improvements? A bit of both. Like, I think it's like a little bit inflated because you're playing up against Nova, but like, as you see it now, like, Nova are not a bad team in the slightest. I mean, this thing is doing work, and this is a good crossfire, actually. Good post-plant stuff. And Obi-Wan's watching it. So the lower buy wins out, and again, it's like another actually like really good like set play from Nova.
这个队伍之前给我们感觉有一个问题是，下半场有些无力，但他上半场一直打得很好。
对，这是第一方面。第二方面，其实 Nova 他们在指挥和沟通上的效率，我觉得是不够。但是今天绝对是完全是在判断上的果断，以及指挥的这个明晰，对吧？虽然这一分是一个强起局，在光光打出一定优势的情况下 ，CB 就直接选择。
Yeah, just everything a little bit separated there, I guess, for JDG. I was more watching the good stuff that Nova was doing, that, you know, against an eco. Martin down here is rough. Stu kind of goes in alone.
对，好了，看看这一局的一个处理啊，还是把重心这回合调在了一个中庭的位置啊。
Right, what's the plan now? You got trips here in the usual spots.
中路的一个附近，一旦 Nova 这边吃到信息，他中路是肯定不会给的。京东默契。
Not a real strong way to break these. Outside of like using an aftershock, which you don't really want to do. It's better uses for it. And then you got the showstopper here. You've got Olingo, not too far away from a Rolling Thunder. You got Swirl, it's not too far away from a Lockdown. Also, yeah, Killjoy on this map. I was more focused on Swirl playing like Initiator. Being on the Sentinel instead of the Duelist. But I think Panghang was also playing Killjoy on this map too. So this isn't like too different from Nova's perspective. It's kind of weird to see Killjoy on this map. That's just like, I mean, good reads to know where people are trying to fight him from. Getting good respect given up here. Viva doesn't have the Eldron anymore, so he has to like just kind of give this up and let the Cypher watch it, because Cypher can watch all of this alone. So Viva should know that this angle is like hotly contested. Aftershock's really nice. The Paranoia even better. Rolling Thunder's gonna catch, but Martin gets a kill before he can get out. Oh, this is iffy, but Viva, I don't think Viva was hit by the stun, so he just goes for the peek instead. It's a nice little like 1-2 to get people out of there. Where do you rank Wolves after this past week? I still think their group is fairly open for them to make playoffs. Like, if you think of it like EDG, Billy would be favorites, and then it's what, like Nova, Wolves, and who's the other team? It might be All Gamers. No. DRG? Yeah, DRG. Like, if DRG are underperforming, it's definitely winnable for like Wolves to make playoffs. But it's like they're playing up against the harder group, so stage 1 is a little bit fucked. Viva will always be there. Yeah, like safest pair of hands on this team. Like if Stu's not performing, usually Viva is. If neither are performing, that's when it gets a bit rough. But we have seen like Martin step up massively in those moments. I think if JDG have to make another roster move, this is probably the player that I'm looking at. With the crazy good controller players in the league right now. When do you think we'll get an English broadcast for China? Maybe never. But I don't think we'll get one this year. If we do, it'll probably be like at the start of the year. Whether it's 2025 or 2026. But there's definitely a world where just I think China, TJ Sports, people in charge, Riot just go, there's no point. Hunter's Fury on the execute, getting all the people in alley, gets a tag onto the Neon and tries to follow them. Now if I have to show where Guan is, but Guan peeks before he gets shown. Nice wallbang from Viva. Like, Viva's just absolutely stomping on this map, but it's over. It's just too good. Alright, 2 versus 2. Stu still has a showstopper. Oh, he just gets a wallbang anyway. It's brave of them to keep trying to play, like, plant safe. Now the showstopper's used to shut it down. Stu doesn't even look at him. He just knows that he's cleared him. Primal Scream that came out of this guy as well on the replay. I don't know what to expect from White Chen either. I think for attacking Soul, he's been solid. I put it this way, for like, I was a big fan of attacking Soul like for Evo last year. And I never thought the YH10 was a problem. I don't think he was a particularly flashy player, but when you had HFMI, YU, and also Life on your team, you don't need to be flashy. So I think that this kind of like style of a team actually suits YH10 massively. Because he can IGL, he's got like individual players that he allows to like shine and have their moments. And he's happy to just be the support to them. Right, not motivated to push their main region, not to a non-Chinese audience. I'm trying to almost think pragmatically, because I don't want to get my hopes up or anybody else's hopes up that there would just be a China broadcast. You look at stuff like the LPL, it feels and looks very uncertain right now. I think if EDG get a Luba, I think they're going to improve internationally. Yeah, but you lose Howdong, you lose your IGL. Unless you get rid of Chichu, which I think is a disaster. Put Aluba on JDG. Holy crap, you've got a team. But like, I think for Aluba, it's easy to kind of run away with how good they've been looking, but it's still quite early days. But 230 bombs against Tech. It's a good place to start. But like I said, like Yihao, you know, you could people like if you think like Low King was picked up from Trace, Aluba. Fuck, even if this guy starts to show up more, it's an option. Stjaluba, that'd be a good combo. Anyhow, timeout at least for Nova. They're on the Nico, which doesn't mean that JDG can switch off at all. If Guan is a sheriff, it's still maybe more scary than it should be with a full buy. FPX should get a loop, and then you get rid of Berlin. Like, I don't know.
暗兽在 A 侧道开了一段路，其实现在都在 A 包点后守的一个情况下，
中门压力是真的给到了，但这波不是 fake 吗？这波是真的。
Honestly, under like the changes that FPX have made, like Lysol's playing a lot better. Yihao heard me talking shit, but this, I mean, it is against an eco, so it's not like that was crazy from Yihao, but also at a point. Nova had 4 people peek one at a time. That was an aim lab scenario if I've ever seen one.
对，因为 CB 已经从侧道进去了，这种情况下，对于 Nova 而言，最好的策略就是中夹 A。但是很可惜啊，这个掩体的区域近大远小的一个位置
，like these two, like, but are we surprised that like Swell and Guan just maybe because they were on the same team that we sort of expect them to work together? But yeah, like, I think the first one person goes, which is the breach, never a good sign. And then the Omen's kind of like behind him, trying to peek together, but can't quite get it. But the next two, Guan and Swell there, should definitely be like 1, 2, 3, 1E wide swing, both you peek together. Like that's bad to see at a tier 1 level, like flat out.
B 点有0，然后 A 点的话是有蛇纹有障云。
Yeah, 3-4K.
场地流的一突进不来啊。
哦，1号被穿了一枪头，现在其实
He's fully dinked. Again, it's all trying to pull attention away and trying to bait for the Viper, but Martin's done this a couple of times now. Is there a paranoid to work with this? It's too shallow, like, because the paranoid wasn't here, it still allowed a bit of a gap. But that's fine, because Stu's just gonna, like, peek in and fight him. He's alone though. The stun, he dodges it. Oh, he just gets sprayed through on that corner though. I think the steps were just heard. Olingo. I can't believe Viva even tries to go for that fight, but that's such a sick angle. YH is in a bit of a 1v1 against Swirl as well. And just they can't necessarily do it together. Alright, IGL versus IGL, and it's actually the 7 HP one that wins. Like, good from Olingo, but JDG there, I don't like them trying to do the same thing with the Viper. I don't think they adjusted very well from Yihao being brought to like 10 HP. Like, the paranoid just misses because of the angle that they're on. He gets the other two, but like, I think if you're Martin here, you've conditioned enough now that Nova need to clear that position, so you don't need to play here anymore because they're probably still going to use aftershocks to clear it. Like, maybe show yourself there, have the Viper wall go up and then move. It was J Kura that was on J Kura that was on JDG before. YH Chen is like a new signing for stage 1. But it's a good move, really good move from them.
这就是光光，今天曙光他又来了。
正面有点卡住了，这个清的效率有点高。青铜现在回防才刚刚走到中庭，
霓虹就是打一手时间差呀。
对。
我觉得光光在起点赛上，霓虹给我们的表现，包括是今天 Stage 1上。
Oh, he's fucking like Sliggy struggling with the name.
说真的，现在有点不太好进，就对方这种进点进的太快，位置已经站好了。天下武功唯快不破。
Can you tell Sliggy that like I'm here if he wants to call as well?
光光这边主动拉出是被1号给。
Maybe we do it for the second map.
卡住的第一时间进来，想从市场提速，想给到压力。
时间就行了，现在其实时间已经不太够了。
对，一人一个脚交给队友能行吗？市场第一时间思路想突破。
Nice double peek there. So 2 versus 2. You got Nightfall.
藏是最重要的，走了。
And there's no time anyway.
哦，没办法呀，京东这回合这波回防付出了3人代价，依然没有完成回防的胜利。
上半场。
I need to try the watch together thing, because maybe I can do that with maybe I do that with Sliggy. Why is Swell on Killjoy now? Because Hang was on Killjoy before. Like, Nova have cooked up a lot of really good stuff with the Nova Breach, that I guess they just put Swirl onto the role that their old player was on. But I don't know why he's not on Cypher, to be honest. But I don't, like, almost at a point, I don't think it's that relevant. I don't want to be, well, actually, if we look at the non-mirrored win rate, we'll see that Killjoy's win rate is 0%, but she's only been played like once, so yeah, it's a good question actually. I'm pretty sure, let's just do this. I'm pretty sure we go to this Nova Esports Lotus. They were running Killjoy before when they lost against Trace, and also ran it here. But they were running double duelist and then with a breach, which was Guan and Olingo, I think. And then Pang Hang was on the Killjoy. So CB was on breach, and then Obi-Wan was on Omen. Guan is a better Neon. Guan is very good. One of the sad things to see is that with Nova signing Swirl, that it really did reduce the impact that Guan was having, like, because he was on Sentinel. I mean, to be fair, for... Oh, they do have a Nanosaur matchy to break a trip here. How worthwhile is that? I don't know. I mean, maybe if there's more of the meta building around B, that potentially a Killjoy to, like, you know, you lock down this. If you've got teams playing for, like, B main post plant, so you have a lockdown here, that could be pretty good. Especially because a lot of teams are kind of against playing Sova for the most part nowadays. But I think just the effective range of Killjoy being stuck in certain positions. I guess let's see what they do on, like, their defense. I heard Smoggy doesn't like KO. I mean, then could you put nobody on KO and then put Smoggy on, like, main initiator? Or you could just, well, not play KO. They literally make Smoggy like a fucking Gecko one trick, and I think you'd be fine. Yeah, great nightfall. Right, so JDG flanking free through here. Late lurk actually coming in over from Swirl. Much better position to do it. But the retakes are still good here. These post plants from Nova struggling a bit more. And they know exactly where this last player is. Martin's just farming them. I don't know what Martin's been doing, like, for this year, like what aim training routine he's on, but he's so good. Paranoia too. Like, didn't mind him muscle pain? Yeah, like he fucked his lumbar support, I think. Which, yeah, is painful as shit. Like, you can't move. Man was a really good CS pro before? Ah, I had no idea. What team did he play for? Yeah, the other thing is that Martin's basically not done the walkout. Because he can't basically walk. I don't know if he's in a wheelchair. I don't think it's that bad. But I imagine he's probably got crutches. Yeah, it's a small thing, but it's... Where's Jakura now? On the bench. He's still on JDG, but he's on the bench. Which is a shame, because he could be a big pickup for, like, other teams. Even teams like Nova. Just get, like, kind of like 4 duelists and an IGL and do what Kamen Core did. Alright, last round and a half. What are we working with? Not really too much for Nova on this Executors to go in A. Hunter's Fury, sorry, Neuro Theft is available, Showstop's available. So JDG are like in a good position. They have 4 people stacked up on the A site just from the initial bits of information, especially from the fade. But market being completely left open is a little bit fake it. Would they have gotten enough info there from that TP? They have an inclination now, but they have completely given up market. Whereas the Rayatama GL now in China Tier 2 and actually doing really well. I can't remember what team he's on, but yeah, your man's doing like he's doing well, which is nice. Paranoia again from OB. Good fights, maybe not good peaks from JDG, because they're doing it one at a time. The breach flash there was amazing. Nicely done from OB1, but again, great utility from Olingo. I mean, this is a good map so far. Like the one when we watched Nova play this map like in kickoff, it was like a couple of rounds of like, oh, this is actually a really good like strategy. They're cooking up some really good stuff here and like good individual moments, but then there'd just be some howlers. I'm not really seeing the howlers other than like the eco 1v4 for Yihao. I imagine that like doing Tier 2 Korea is still well paid enough. OB1 is the low ground, yeah. One double thing I wanted to double check because I have these kind of things to work with. For Sunset, we've seen JD Gaming play it once. Have we? Oh, I guess it's broken here, that's why. So it was 6-all lane, 7-2, so they had a good defensive side. As I said, just to let them down. For Nova, kind of even on both sides, but they only played the one map. I thought they played it twice. Did they play it twice or not? No, they just played it once. Oh, I was looking at Lotus. Whoops. Looking at the wrong fucking map.
贤者这个表情还是挺有意思的啊！整个 V 把今天确实看起来对手是很强，但是 V 把每到队友陷入到一个
Hello Sluggy.
V 把还是能够站出来来形成一个突破的。是的，
但是今天两边都没有办法用个人能力去
Enjoying this so far?
Honestly, yeah. Honestly, I'm impressed with Nova. Some of the set strats are really good. I think I need to turn you up.
Yeah, I might be a little bit quiet. Because I remember like you rewatching the time that Nova played on this map, because Guan got that like crazy Shiko ace. But there was so many things that Nova were doing that were just weird, like people in the wrong positions or just not ready. But, like all I'm seeing is like good cooked up stuff from them now. Like JDG aren't playing bad either, I don't think. Maybe just a couple of weird fights that they're taking, but that's about it. Hey Gorilla. I do wonder like if what the Killjoy is going to be like. Actually, speaking of which, you got the turret to play contact off, and then you got the alarm bot in like top mid. So and 2 people fighting for this. Paranoia used relatively early, and the recon can't tell from the observer's POV if that pinged or not, which is kind of frustrating. JDG looking good. Yeah, they're looking fine right now, but Novus also, like, some of the little ideas
I love pistols like this. We fake pressure, you insert one over towards someone, and then you just go to the other side, and this guy just hears all the rotates.
Yeah, well, I mean,
like the best
got a good
pistol.
util out as well. Like having OB1 use Paranoia this early based off of nothing is. The JDG are like, all right, we've got one big bit of util out.
Nova 这边的话，刚刚寻求一个回防 B 的思路，但是这个隔断其实给到对方一个可。
What do you think of the Killjoy then?
I was talking about it earlier. I kind of like it on defense. I don't really like it on attack. I don't feel like there's any good way to do the ults, but
the only thing, the only thing I can think of is just like with how much of a B post-plant simulator it is, like a lockdown, to retake that would be really nice.
That's true. Just mollies on top of it as well, yeah. I think it's so good for just holding middle. Like, you can have alarm bot, and then when the alarm bot gets found, first of all, you can do 2 different alarm bots, and then when the alarm bot gets found, you can just have a turret either side, pretty far back.
I guess as well, when you got so much like breach stuff, that as soon as the turret goes off, that's where the stun or the flash comes in. I guess it's easier to do set plays than camera trips and stuff.
Yeah. Well, JDG know about the B main trick, so might be game over.
这一分，京东也是在上来就给我们表演了什么是真正的 fake。
如果说是长枪局的话，那可能确实需要绕一下。手枪局的话，其实就是人数。
I think YHChen's calling's been good for JDG too. Like even against like Edward Gaming last week, I thought that it actually looks like JDG sort of know what they want to do, which wasn't the same for kickoff.
Yeah, kickoff, man, kickoff though for me when I watched it, mid rounding was non-existent.
Yeah, I mean I think from like speaking to people like Stu, he was saying to me like sometimes it felt like I had to IGL, like that he as a duelist I guess wanted to sort of take the reins of what they were doing, but that's never a good sign.
Yeah, I mean then it's pointless essentially. This is a nice alarm bot. Just stops all of the pressure, and if they change it up, you can reactively. I mean, you can just reactively put it in the smoke, I guess, every single time, depending on what bit of util they use. I could win them this game, by the way, if they had good alarm bot all the time over towards A, and it's just fake pressure.
Yeah, I mean Martin doesn't. There's so many like Vipers on various maps that just, you know, like combined, they just don't actually ever lurk up in that space. They just think that having a wall there and putting it up now and again is enough pressure. But I think Martin isn't the kind to just avoid doing it.
Yeah, he's been sick so far. It's like 10 impact frags.
It's nice to see it's not just like the Stu show, too. No, like
that's also true.
The whole team just seems like it's better. I think the only one I'm not sure on nowadays is like EHEL, but I don't think he's played that badly. It's just there's so many cracked controller players in China that could definitely like take his place if he's not performing.
Yeah.
Especially when he's not IGLing too.
That's also true.
但说真的，他们进攻方不会玩狙这些的，但是相对来说，现在经济存留确实非常好啊。
经济存留好啊，一把。
They could sit behind the players in China. Yeah, like they just have the normal setup. I'm pretty sure they just have the old stage that they used to use before they started putting people in basements. Killjoy and Sunset. I mean, on attack, it didn't really
I'm
do
telling
too
you,
much.
this alarm bot is gonna. I could win them this. They never have to. If JDG never go aggro, fully aggro again over towards A, and they just think it's fake pressure.
It's just easy info.
Yeah, never always gonna have stacks. Well, and then
the thing is for JD, it's like the last time that we saw Nova play it, they played a Killjoy then too.
Oh really?
It's not like it's
not like a set pick. It's just what they prefer.
Yeah, like it almost feels like JDG should be expecting that, if anything. Because if this was just out the blue and catches people by surprise, yeah, it wouldn't surprise me if teams are a little bit unprepared for it. But you've seen them pick it before.
是，而且你长枪打短枪，短枪一旦包点里面站下来，但是这个矩阵余波逼出了人，打了一波互换，只剩 Swell 了 ，Swell 保枪了。
JDG went in the bonus too.
虽然说是 Swell 做了一个单点的一个对抗，但是现在确实没有什么回防的角度了。
主要你长枪打短枪，一旦
Yeah, it's a worry when you've got like a heavier stack to the other side and you lose it as well.
4啊，害灵啊，一卡你。
Do you like this map as a whole or not?
I really like Sunset, yeah. But I think it's like what I like about it is like the variation of like initiators that you can have. Like, because there's obviously, you know, feels like stuff like KO and Gecko's like the flavor of the week, but in all honesty, I really like Silver on this map. Just some of the stuff that you can like do at pace. Like Breach is okay, But I think like something like Silver Gecko actually could be like a really like good combo if done right.
Yeah. I mean, that's fair. I would say the Breach is the worst on this map out of all the initiators.
Yeah.
Which is mad. Because in theory it's one of the better ones, but it's hard because it's one of those maps where everything's good. But yeah, I love the KO on this. I think the KO is great. And the pop flashes and just the knives in corners.
4700，然后5300，对吧？4900的 steal， 现在就是容错率已经拉满了。是。现在打的慢慢打就行。
It's definitely the good Haven replacement, even though I'd like Haven back. Because I feel like it's good to play and it's good to watch. Some maps are not great to watch, but they're like fine to play. And then there's some maps that are not great to watch and not great to play, like Breeze.
Then we have Icebox, just awful on all ends.
Yeah. I don't hate playing Icebox all that much. But yeah, watching it now.
就单点一个奇乐防守端来说，不比像京东冒 JDG 这里是0加上蝰蛇这种强力的搭档组。所以刚才就在说，就是要找这个哨。
Oh, you're talking about?
对吧？你现在进来。
What do you think of Raze on Icebox? I actually think it's really good. I think that it's definitely underrated. Expert opinion. I think there's a lot of merit to it.
JDG 也算是找到了，但是高点位、thân子位。 能卡住吗？哎，可惜了，枪线有点劣势。
Like if the game becomes more and more about like stopping a plant and breaking shit, nobody's better at breaking shit than Raze. Raze is worse than Icebox. I'd agree with that. You think DRG can take a map off of FPX? I don't know. I don't think so. Anyway, what are these post plants like? I mean, it's just an anti-eco, so what are the other like questions?
Wait, this is.
It's what, Sleggy? It's what?
It's at least impressive.
That they made it that close.
Yeah, that they have a lot of util for the B after plant, so they're like aware that the B after plant's a thing, and then they have this. Like that's pretty nice. The Killjoy Molly at the back with the breach damage to the right. I think they could time this a bit better, but it's a good sign that they have it. I wish they would have used this on attack though, a bit.
Well, just like more well, they were using nanoswarms to clear like the god trip on B for Cypher.
Yeah, more just plant for B main and just hide in B main. Because I think like it's like when I look at Pearl when it was back then, it's like you have to just abuse this map. You have to like go B like 8 times in a row or whatever it is. Whereas I'm like, if you know about the OP plant over towards B, you should at least use it once or twice.
Yeah, I think they were doing a lot of like swirl lurking mid and stuff, which can just be hard to move. Because I can also imagine like if you still have an alarm bot left, you're going to be main that typical smoke that comes in, and you just put an alarm bot in there. As soon as they try to push you, like, you're gonna get the information on when they're about to do it, and also you might get them vulnerable too. I guess it's tricky, but yeah.
快速的提点风格在 ASE，你能不能在京东墨 JDG 适应一个慢速的调整？因为慢速先锋的控图，使用技能的这个门道和快速提点的先锋是完全不一样的风格。但是我觉得，其实王爱旭晨，对吧？他的丰富的比赛经验以及第一次的一个登台的表现来看，还是慢慢的磨合进去了。看看诺瓦现在一个选择，整体的站位相对来说还是比较靠前的一个思路啊。对
I'm gonna change the B site spam. Yeah, I think the common change I've heard from people is just like making sure that you can't plant here, which I think is like good.
这回合选择的是更加激进的站点，想把信息尽量给拿全啊。
双通道啊，都是寸步不让的这种感觉，但其实 A 点是一个虚张声势。
I'll just make sure that you can't plant here at least.
选择适当的放点了，还是选择更加坚决的前顶啊？
前点位这样去吃信息，对于索尔而言，
Oh, you could probably even just get rid of this like bit of a choke. I don't know how you do it.
单挂的情况下显于被动。虽然说是
Alright, full buys are back. You got one, it's one orb away from overdrive. Man, I can't remember the names of the neon abilities. That's how rough it's been. And then, I mean, there's a lot for JDG to go with, but there's not really been any need to use them. Because what, it's 4 attacking rounds in a row? Say directly counters that B spam. Theoretically, but only for a certain amount of time. And that's it's kind of Stu going there. Like, again, there's not really any utility on site. He's just satcheling in before stuff is good to go. And to be honest, you don't have much to go with because you only have a silver recon. It's not like you have the breach stun or Veto or a neon stun. Putting the Viper's Pit up and then going to go pick up the spike to then give to your teammate. And then you're planting safe? Why are they planting safe when they've got the Viper's Pit here? Are they so scared that they're going to get pushed and fought here? I don't push this now, Yihao.
They can't catch a break. And the only thing that was positive in my books was the alarm bot. It got spotted.
I'm a little bit confused of why they Viper's Pitted and then like planted safe. Like, were they just so scared that they were just going to get like waterfall like pushed as they tried to plant?
Yeah, maybe.
His time was low.
I guess it's like the only way they would lose the round. Because it didn't cover the safe spot on site, right? So yeah. I think any plant would have been risky.
There's typical, like, if JDG did that situation with EDG, like, that's the kind of shit that they'd be punished on, right? Just like, but like, Nova just don't really have enough about them to actively like work with that. I mean, the adjustment for YH and I think Yihao, like the little crossfire that they had from like safe and then like the normal default plant was like really nice. JDG feel at least a bit aware of what they're doing, which you can't really say the same for some like China teams. But,
yeah, the gap is definitely there for a lot of teams.
Only thing, Sentinels. It's traveled across to the east. Zelsis' message has traveled to the east.
It's so funny seeing all the Chinese teams just having, just all of them having different classics. I'm excited to see all of their skins.
Yeah, I mean, I can't remember. Something along the lines of like their cards aren't designed by the teams because there's just no time. But hopefully there's like still like good designs there, even if they're a bit like generic. I think the only thing I've not really liked from JDG sometimes is like Stu seems to just satchel in without like utility sometimes.
Yeah, I've seen that.
反手要过来直接清吗？这个时候 A 通其实可以适时做前顶，对于 Nova 这里来说，信息可以拿完，但是 CB 第一时间欧林又退了，两个人其实没有办法形成一个夹角之势。线上来卡，这一波混烟完成。
I was saying too, like for YH10 to come in as like an IGL. He's because he was on attacking soul with like HFMI and Life, YU, like a lot of like aimers. Like it suits JDG really nicely. Like he's able to play with crazy individuals. I've now just used a lockdown.
Nah, they just need any ults. They just need any rounds. It's like it gets to this stage in a game. I've been here before where it's just like if it's like 11-6 and you really badly need to get around, sometimes the confidence is just worth just using more ults than you need into a round.
I mean, especially on like, what was it, in Eco as well? Or like just a...
Yeah,
one of the classic. They're one away from Rolling Thunder, I think, too, as well, so it's not like... They got ultimate... Well, they have ultimates now because of the defuse, and then got Nightfall, so yeah. Just a shame that they used it pretty much as soon as the last player died.
惊雷卷地的，所以大胆前压就可以了。哇，一火炸掉了。
I mean, that was read well, and the Rolling Thunder, like, this feels a little bit like sunk costs. I mean, that worked at least, but that's You've evened up the numbers, and 2 ultimates have been used.
但是撑到了队友的回防，确实也能卡住。哦，不是队友给黑，就是给你反制掉了，是1号这边推出来。对，那这种情况下损失了光光，然后包括是只换了一个1换1的情况下是亏的。
Is this set up from Nova probably because of the showstopper? That they expected that it'd just be like fast satchel into mid and market?
I think they didn't want to get exec on from the Razor, so they just decided to just send it. Or a big change of pace is just, I mean, big change of pace is good anyway, but people have just like set stuff that they'll do if it's like they have an ult, let's just push. And then I'm glad he got one with the breach ult, I was worried.
Well, he had his util to work off and he pushed. I get that you need to when you're in like a player disadvantage, but...
OLINO 还能够做一个配合的位置，而且OLINO 3杀到手里了，现在只剩下 Viva 了 ，Viva 1打2的一个残局，16秒钟，哎，大胆穿烟出打体验枪，带走OLINO 1v1。
1 versus 1 now, Viva, CB.
现在需要找的点太多了，但是时间已经有点来不及了。
Oh, having to flank all the way around. He knows where he is. Recon was broken. The Seize is nice just for the extra bit of decay. So yeah, CB does well in this round too. Has his Nightfall coming up now.
反而这2分下来之后 ，Nova 开始有一种回转的迹象了。
But they used Neon ult, they used Rolling Thunder, so big ultimate to use. But I mean, it won't matter if they, you know, like claw themselves back.
我觉得这2分就是主旨就一个字，就是快。
I did the shun again. Wait, was it Neon Ultimate? I'm sure it would be, but I don't know. All happened too quickly. If CB played football, what position would he be in? I wonder. That's all I can like see and think about too. No, he didn't use it. And he's not buying up as well, so they're gonna use it now. Yeah, paranoia pushing through. They just deal with a fight in front. Wow. Great read from JDG. Maybe it's a little bit telegraphed, perhaps. I don't know. But I guess it's similar with like
maybe because of the
setup.
Neon ult. I didn't like the util though from Nova. It was so heavy stacked to like the halving of middle instead of like the area where they want to crunch.
Like they weren't expecting that JDG would have like pushed up to that spot.
I just think the
不像咱们之前说到的对手什么盘点局，他来个混起枪，对吧？有容错，对吧？现在虽然说来
maybe I'm wrong. Maybe the Ted was actually right.
配合黑梦技能进行干拉的，这个就。
Because the paranoia was used more like down tiles, and I think like if the paranoia was used like where it was seized or in the main choke, you would have just got so much more.
Yeah, it's weird though because if someone left steps, I guess, into middle, then it doesn't hit the fast guy, and maybe your Neon dies. But I think if you're pushing A, you need something on A. Maybe there was a fade eye that I missed, but.
Does CB have any relations to RB? Yeah, they're brothers. Like Boo and Mini Boo. Forget the fact that one of them's Chinese and one of them's Korean. I mean, they cleared him well. Why is OLINO just out in the open like that? The back brothers. As in one team is putting the whole squad on their back. And CB's just having his back broken. I mean, so is fucking Martin at this rate too, to be fair. Quad just gets hit by the trip anyway. Oh man. I mean, it was like good stuff again. Like it feels like Nova's attacking side they're cooking, but I think overall like their defense on so many different like maps is like the worst side for them. Like this team just isn't good on defense. But like on attack, like they're kind of good at cooking. But you've got like Lotus coming up too, which, you know, at least the attacking side you might be able to do some stuff with, but you got battered by Trace before. People about on JDG, how much they think? Probably not much. Like I said, I think JDG being the favorites is like kind of an easy call to be making. But I don't really know for certain.
进行前点位的信息侦查，然后找到你的一个主攻方向，然后进行一个回防。但实则京东你会发现他们是有多段式进攻的，这种时候其实是比较克制你。但是今天能够看出来的是 ，Nova 其实在战术方面和相对。
Right, good first map for JDG. Competitive, maybe more competitive than you might assume, but I still liked what we saw. And I mean these like defensive rounds, like good moments, good util, but just because I think it is the same over on Lotus for Nova. We go to like right at the start. No worries. What do we got? Like for Lotus.
是这样子的，所以这也是我们聊到了一个强图是否真的有改变，但是对于他的对手来说吧
，Really?
日落这张图其实虽然一直表现
Jesus Christ, I knew it was bad, but I didn't know it was. They've literally never won a defensive round on this map, despite the fact that they've played it 3 times.
第一张图是日落，第二张图是员工啊，员工是 Kingdom JDG 赢下 EDG 的。
Oh, when the Pred's getting paid out, sorry. Yeah, you're probably not going to get too much from that one. I'll start a prediction for map 2 now.
他在亚海悬城这张图里面。 唯一就赢过一把，虽然只打了一场。
But I will say that, like, when you have one team that hasn't won one defensive round, which I don't know what side they're starting, but I have to imagine that it's probably attack. It's the choice of JD Gaming. Surely you pick attack first. I mean, you're not going to pick... Wait, what am I thinking? Lotus isn't even, like, picked. Bind. We haven't seen Nova play Bind at all. Why did I keep thinking it's Lotus? I think because I was talking about the that other series, maybe. I'm just getting it mixed up in my head. But yeah, I've never seen Nova play Bind, so this should be interesting. Yeah, no defensive round win on Lotus in 3 maps is kind of crazy.
好，让我们来看一下。
Alright, Stew back to stewing.
给到了 Stew 选手264的平均战斗评分，多次击败数达到了4次，每回合183的一个伤害啊。
是的，而且刚才我们在进入
I mean, honestly, I wasn't really keeping track of like KD too much. How was the game? The first half was really good. Second half was just Nova struggling on defense. 21 and 13. Martin played well. It's just overall a good team performance. Like YH dying a lot, it doesn't bother me too much. And then Swirl on the Killjoy. Just it seems like which duelist players are put on Sentinel just seem cursed to like have bum average games. But I think for Nova picking Bind, you could definitely like go double duelist. I think that would suit them quite a lot style wise.
倒下去了，对吧 ？Swell 可能来到决斗位的时候，光反而来到。
But outside of that, I don't not too like bad performances.
这个我觉得也和风格有关系啊。Swell 这边的话，他拿到奇乐比较稳，但是你看光拿到奇乐以后，就是疯狂单摸，你会发现这种打法都可能会造成。
6 out of 8 plants for JDG, they win, but I mean it was
我觉得这个地方折射出一个
8 plants out of 8, right?
Nova 现在来说，并不是。
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. It was 10 rounds and they only planted 8 times. Did they just kill everybody? The other 2, I guess.
其实第一时间都没有做到非常好的一个适应。
对，但你看刚才这个队友的一个数据，率先击败率两边是差不多的。就总体来看，现在 Nova 的进攻性真的很强，但是战术性怎么提高？接下来观察一下吧。
其实战术性今天上技战术上也有非常多的一些调整，但是大多是
Yeah, good amount of points, but it's very favored for JDG, which. Yeah, not surprised. Don't blame you. I'm going to run out, go for a quick toilet break and grab another drink. So yeah, be right back. Thanks for everybody for tuning in today. As always, we're sort of covering all of China whilst it's on. So yeah, I mean, it's going to be like fantastic. gonna be a good stage to watch, and yeah, next event being in Shanghai is gonna be a big one. So yeah, be right back. Won't be long.
JDG 与 Nova、FunPlus 与 DRG 将带来2场 BO3 的较量，现在他们已经打得非常的激烈了，让我们一起来听听观众朋友们有什么想说的吧。
祝 Nova 今天比赛加油，小光把 C， 你相信光吗？我永远相信光。
且览青天明月，欲教山河轻浮，无惧挑战枪火，直至旭日辉煌。与此行寻光远航，必当不辞万里。Nova 加油！
希望马丁今天比赛不要有太大压力，好好加油，祝你早日康复。京东加油！
希望我们瓦东今日能拿下首胜。Still 加油，威瓦加油，比赛加油！
我是DRG唐指导的粉丝，希望他今天可以战胜老东家，赢下 FunPlus。
DRG 加油，复仇之战就在今天！
You been now back, let's bump that. Got a phantom in my hand, I'll clutch that. Get an agent on flank, got a loop back. Shall we simmer on down with a 5-step? Where we been, I don't know, going downtown. Got the city lights singing like a ghost town. Got the body frags hiding all spooked out. Cause we got radiant night, you better bow down.
Right. So yeah, for bind for JDG, nothing to say about Nova because I mean Nova haven't played this map at all yet. So probably what's the best way of doing it? I think if we just do it like per map, and then we just search. There's no Nova, so JD Gaming.
JDG 已经是1比0领先到 Nova Esports， 来到双方的图2。京东 JDG 的自选图员工重镇之后，看一下今天这场 BO3 将会走向何方。
是的，而且京东吧，
Wait, is there no JD?
这个赛段的一个调整来看的话，员工其实也是他们现在的一个主攻方向了，所以在自己的自选图都没有获胜的情况下 ，Nova
There's definitely a JD Gaming in here. I just saw it.
什么样的一个东西来做一个表现？
There we are.
对吧？这个 BO3 里面。
So they ran Gecko Sky, changed up their comp away from the Silver, which
上场游戏的一个赛场当中讲到这个少尉的一个选择嘛。
how do I feel about?
在比赛当中能去做怎样的一个呈现
No, this is the same comp, it's just in a different order. Wait, is it? No. I don't know if that's right. 'Cause I'm pretty sure they brought. Maybe it's right, but they were just more focused on breaking trips.
哎，手里是拿着我们 Nova 的战旗啊，今天是来给谁加油的？
小光加油的。对，然后
I think for JDG, the Martin retake was quite nice.
也是一位老粉啊，为什么这么喜欢小光呢？
因为他的枪法，
'Cause he's been a more like impressive part of this team, I think, at least for the most part.
自己，然后能做到他的枪法。
Who's this?
我之前也就是一直看他操作过，然后我就非常喜欢他，然后对。
能够感受到，
对于光选手
的实力非常的认可，所以非常的喜欢他。那包括今天来到线下，觉得我们线下的整个观赛的氛围怎么样呢？
就肯定是比线上自己一个人看的话会好很多，因为线下的话有大家一批粉丝一起，然后为自己喜欢的。
So defense has been solid. Attack has been like sub 50, but I think that's kind of average. I mean, we could literally check once like the. I mean, wouldn't this just be 50-50 naturally? No, it wouldn't work that way. A little bit attack sided.
跟自己志同道合的朋友一起，这种感觉跟大家一起呐喊欢呼，感觉很棒。
why would you do
而且我
this
们
to me
场
now?
馆的特效也都很漂亮，对不对？
有感受到那种特效，然后就是。
Yeah, boys, not too much gone. Most teams went on the defensive pistol. That's actually kind of interesting. But outside of that.
好的，明白。那也让我们一起来期待下一场精彩的比赛吧，一起来。
Be interested to see what Nova cook up on this map, like comp wise, because they could go for a lot of different options. Honestly, I don't know what would be necessarily like the best, and if it would even matter, kind of like the Killjoy pick, like it might just be completely irrelevant. I don't think that's why Nova lost necessarily.
面前以这样的一支成队形式来展现过的，所以我其实相对来说往前推一些，就是光光还有 Swile 在曾经 RNG 的时候那个表现。那在这一段的话，相对来说
They were still running a double sentinel, triple initiator. Guan on the gecko too.
做改变了，这也是来到 Nova
Triple initiator. Look at
明
this.
显的改变啊。
三先锋阵容。
Right. Comps that don't have the Viper, you're playing on hard mode. But the overwhelm fast strats, like this team does like set fast strats, right? It feels like.
Yeah, like a lot of little set plays, but that's kind of it. I don't know. I'm definitely more open to teams not playing Viper on bind, but like, yeah, good lord, you have to basically make sure that that space is covered at all times.
Yeah.
想要发挥出自己最强势的那一面啊！
对，就现在的话，在员工中阵上面
Good test, I guess, for JDG to see how on earth they like deal with a team like this,
大家最近看这个4大赛区的表现
because they're known for being a little bit panicked. I also need to get myself one of these like orange artisan mouse mats. They look sick.
But everyone always talks about them.
I got the Hayate Otsu, the one that I think Ye used to have. I don't know if he still has. Like, yeah. And the only problem is just how expensive they are, because they're not expensive like in Japan. It's just all of the shipping costs. So if you get them on like Amazon and stuff,
it takes a while to get there, and you can't like bend them and stuff, right?
Yeah, they're pretty easy to fuck up, I think.
一开始的话是一个选择了一个防守方啊。
Nova on defense though. Also, we looked at we found a stat. Nova have played Lotus 3 times, and they've never won a defensive round.
Wait, what?
Yeah, like 17 rounds on defense, they've lost them all. So it's like 0-5, 0-6, 0-6. It's pretty tragic. But it just seems like Nova on defense just look really bad. I guess that's expected for a relatively like newish team.
Yeah, but you should be getting around, Ryan.
Around would be. I think, to be fair, they've lost to like Trace twice, and then I think FPX maybe.
连接2个之后啊，所有3杀到手，但是这一分，京东茂 JDG 是直接攥在了手里。
抛开结果来谈啊，
I mean, this is the best chance then, is what you're saying.
Yeah.
很有效果。
Getting around would be nice. That's the goal. That's the goal for China right now.
抱团打通，万一你有单点做这种下默认的，你就死了
啊！确实是想要抓一下京东茂 JDG 这里抓默认的一个风格，但说实话，他们的调整也来得很快。现在其实 WATCH 加入
JDG's pick.
他们的指挥也变得果断利落了起来。
哎，但不得不说啊
See the difference in the mid rounding here though. Like if this was before Yuchen, like they wouldn't be doing that.
独特的标杆性啊，
那没问题。
Is it Yuchen? Yuchen or YHchen? Yuchen's the DRG assistant coach, I think.
Oh,
There's 2 players. There's YHchen and then there's Yuchen as well.
尽量抱团，把自己的技能配合打出来。
But I don't know. Like, I need to just take a list to Sue and just be like, hey, how do you pronounce these?
How do you actually pronounce this? Yeah. Because the mid rounding, when I watched them before, they would have crumbled here and would have fought in middle.
Yeah, I think the main thing that like YH has given them that I don't think J Kuro did was just a sense of like timing. But I think JDG were always looking at the clock a little bit and be like, oh shit, we don't have long, we need to go do this.
And just force something, yeah.
这就是无畏契约
啊！这波翰林控的死死的。
Because at this point, I feel like Call is like, all right, we've done enough towards B, let's go A now. Like, I just don't think they had that before. I think JDG would have stayed like facing long for like an extra 20 seconds and then been like, all right, we're going A with 20 seconds on the clock, and then just rushed in. They just kept running out of time.
幽影能不能看住啊？
反手动态过来，浴室前点又是被 Viva 给夹。
So this is like a lot better, actually.
海马赶到。
Thank you for being here today. I've enjoyed sitting and stuff out. no worries. Sleeker edits. I'm glad that you're enjoying it. 5 flashes. Yeah, I guess the breach is the more interesting one. I like that they had to specifically show off that Gecko lineup because it's so intricate. You know, it's really hard to get these vertical Gecko lineups right.
Yeah. Take some time.
先观察站位，双闪是在 B， 然后中路 A 小的位置是做了一个前点
，A 也是双闪，你别急，都是双闪，
对，也是双闪。
What are my thoughts on Swirl? I think they were great on RNG. I think it's a good pickup for Nova, especially because they don't have an import. So like putting Swirl in there would be like good. But I don't think it really moves the needle for Nova all that much, to be honest. I still think they're towards like the bottom. And like, I think the things that they work on, like clearly whether it's the coach or just the team as a whole, like the ideas that they have and like comps like this, for example. Like, I'm glad that they're thinking in that kind of space, but I just feel like mechanically they don't compare to some other teams. Mid-rounding, they definitely don't compare to like other teams. I think they could get there though. But I feel like if this was like a team in Europe or Pacific, you know, like on an English-speaking broadcast, they would be like clowned on almost like global esports. Like, because they'd come up with strats and not do well. Like, for me, I'm like, well, it's a new region. There's a lot of teams that are, like, good amongst the top, and then the bottom teams are pretty average. But I think I tried to be a little bit more supportive of Nova, to be fair. Hard to explain. I just don't want to be, like... I don't want to cover the region and just be shit-talking teams that are doing stupid stuff, because it's China. Everybody does stupid stuff. BBL and Koi look worse at the bottom of China. Yeah, but I feel like that's what I mean. Like, it's almost like the expectations on them. You know, if Koi or BBL came out with this comp, you'd be just clowning on it for however long. But I'd say also when it comes to like coaching or like actually like analyzing teams to an extent, I'm still relatively quite new. So I don't want to come in and be like, I hate it when people look at this comp and be like, oh, you know, this is trash, they should lose. At the end of the day, teams have picked a comp for a reason. Whether it's comfort, whether it's doing well in scrims, whether they've got a read on an opponent. It could even literally be that like Nova maybe have never practiced this map, weren't expecting it, and kind of like Evil Geniuses did at Tokyo when they played Bayern and just ran triple duelist, right? Like just like fuck it, let's just send it with this. Like that's a valid reason, but you know, if you treat it that every team needs to have a fundamental understanding of all 7 maps and need to have the right comps and everything needs to be prepared to its complete ability, I suppose. It's just not true. There's only so much time to work with, and with picking maps and such, you're hedging your bets on what can come up in the series, especially in tournaments like this where you're playing an opponent a week roughly. Realistically, China needs a year or 2 to catch up. Yeah, I think it'll probably be a lot faster than people might anticipate. But China being a region that doesn't show too much at the moment is like, I wouldn't say that's surprising. The talent is there. It's just optimizing it. Because yeah, I'd say that China is like the best like mechanical aiming skill region. But they're not necessarily the best at like using the agents that they play. I think Pacific has that beat. Teams like Paper X, like skill expression on an agent, being able to flash and satchel and nudge out over certain abilities. I think that's what they do really well. YH gets taken out by the nade. This is brave from Yihao, but it's a great gamble. Nobody's looking, nobody's expecting it. This is such a good read. I think that he could help. Yeah, I think he could have held off a bit. I don't know if they like tapped the defuse or not. If he tapped the defuse, I can understand him going for it. But there, nobody's looking at you. Nobody's expecting it. You could maybe hold off until your smoke drops, and then you get 3 people that you can maybe spray. It's just a little bit of discipline there, maybe. Good molly, though.
Man, they went searching at spawn. Stu's just pushing through smokes.
Did they tap the defuse there?
Before he shot? No, yeah. I don't think so, but I think smoke was going, so he wanted to shoot.
I mean, maybe it's just hindsight from our POV, but I thought that, like, triggered discipline there.
I think he thought they would have expected him there, because they should at least consider it.
Yeah, they had no idea.
假信息吃谎，消耗你技能，然后突然确定一边的弱侧，直接提速。
这波看到了，直接穿的只剩下26滴血了。
但是现在这一分，京东暴雪力就是一个。
DRX look very solid, not on the same level as top 2, but level of top 4 in Americas. Yeah, which I think is impressive for DRX considering they're playing with like almost like an emergency sub.
这5个人又抱一起了。
而且现在 A 小已经摸通了，
纯纯游击战。4个人等会儿再做浴室门，员工重镇是我家。
But I do almost think that, like, as much as I want, I can't. Is it flashbacks that's taking a break right now? I kind of feel like that kind of stuff would suit DRX, because DRX have like had the same team for so long and the same strategies. Like, they're a little bit stale, I suppose, in how they approach the game. So having to force them to change stuff up, like roles and like players, I think benefits the team to be a little bit more adaptable and versatile. I mean, they got to stick it before this molly even comes in. Like, it's the mosh and then the nade. A little bit of an awkward fight. We can't see who's dead and who's not. Molly's there. Can't stick it. Actually, timing-wise, this is working out a little bit better for JDG. But now it's a 1 versus 3. Obi-Wan has got halfway on the defuse. Maybe not that close in the end. Flashback's benched. Yeah, right.
你真拦不住啊！这阵容，
至少你在 rush 的这个层面上来说，只要技能给了到位，这个包点你都占不了人。
所以我是看懂了 ，nova 现在自己的战术风格就是完全已经从这种，就是完全来走这种进攻端。我记得当时第1场结束，你有说一个话，就算他在防守方，他其实也是这种什么进攻型的战术的一个获取。
我觉得你讲的是一个，就是第一层逻辑，第2层逻辑是
so far so good.
我nova只猛一个半场，那我为什么不把？ 就是我的这个防守方向，不要再说呢。反正我进攻是保底，我上半场防守开没问题了。
A lot of ultimates on attack for JDG. You think it's uncanny how big the gap between EMEA 6 and 7 is? Yeah, but it's still early days. Like, I think a lot of those teams can catch up. But we've seen teams like Liquid, you know, like really push. Navi probably should have won. Depends if you count them in the top 6 or not. But I don't think I would off the top of my head.
光光已经有无敌超杀了，先来看正面，
有 timing 啊，哟，Stu直接被摘了，
一场真出不去吧？追猎之灵再一个释放，知道你的人在原点了。
位置全部锁定，这位置已经明牌了呀。
然后无敌超杀还在手里，然后
Yeah, I didn't think it would be top 6 either.
惊雷卷地还差3个点，是后续几回合里面的一个伏笔。
So they know that Martin's relatively close just based off that sound. Actually, like, good movement, but he's not going to play this. Of course he isn't. Oh, and YH, a little bit whiffy, but he gets the trade in. Also, like, playing the Omen on this map instead of, like, a Brim. Good angle for Viva to be on, just a little bit more, like, aggressive facing. Good flash. Not trying to aggress, he's just trying to flash to, like, buy some time for the Gecko. No deadlock enjoys here. Aaron from Nip played it the most. I don't know, like, he's on Tyloo now, but I don't know if Tyloo would necessarily run it. But if we see Ascent, there's a chance. It's almost kind of good to be seeing JDG sort of play this way. Like, because it is like they're sort of playing more normal. No, it's just the most. Like, I don't think I'm watching JDG. I feel like I'm just watching like maybe like a tier 2 EMEA squad.
I at least like how proactive they're being with the 3 initiators. They've got some cool stuff. But then they just, I see so many solo swings in China.
Yeah,
it's just like it's just that discipline thing still, where it's just like, I want to win the round.
And it's the whole, like, you have the binary sense of, like, if you're a player down, if you're in a disadvantage, that's the chance to make, like, plays and gamble stuff. And if you have the advantage, to not do that. To not overextend when you have, like, a 5 versus 3 and you're in a post plan. But I feel like sometimes Nova's like, oh, we have a player down, so I need to push in. It's like, well, actually, you have the advantage because you planted the spike and you've bought a load of time, right? Like,
yeah,
they're almost seeing it too, like, oh, we're on an eco, even though we're in a 5 versus 3, so we still need to make a play.
Yeah, they just think it's just a set line.
Like, I think China over, like, even just the course of, like, the start of this year, like, they've sort of learnt the rules, but not when the rules, like, need to be broken. But it depends on the team. Everyone suffers from something different.
集合打 B 就可以了，其实现在对京东梦 JDG 而言。前点死守 ，CB 之间打得真刚啊！而且现在 Nova 还猜错了一边呀，他们选择赌的是一个3A， 而实则京东梦 JDG 必包点长驱直入了。Nova 真的是一回。
I learned something interesting last night. Actually, here's a wingman fact for you. The person that voices wingman that makes all of the noises,
right?
Yeah. Also voices Freddy Fazbear.
Voices who?
Freddy Fazbear. You know, from Five Nights at Freddy's.
Oh, okay, yeah. That's kind of wild. I knew it was Fiddlestick.
And then also plays somebody from Attack on Titan. What's the name?
Nova 这回合的话也是3人保强了。
Can the yellow region where billion-dollar tech companies have their own teams? Comcast has T1. So, no, I guess. But there's a lot of big conglomerates in China that have their own team named after them. A very egotistical way. It's not like it's Comcast Esports. But I think that's also just because, like, the West, it will work, like, that's not going to get people interested in them, I suppose. Like, they know that they need to sort of rebrand into something a bit more flashy. Comcast on T1, yeah. I'm trying to climb out of silver on Overwatch. Give me advice. What role are you playing?
16玩焰火在手里 ，Martin 的回复也在，近点的、站点的都有，所以这回合前点第一时间能不能守住？
For free, full buys on both sides. Support at the moment. Kuriko seems like it's the way to go. I don't think Galari is very good at the moment, but I like playing Bat. Baptiste is very fun. The big thing for Baptiste is just like it's all about when you use your abilities because there's such a long cooldown in comparison to other Overwatch stuff. It's like how do you get the most out of your invulnerability field and even your like AoE heal.
无敌超杀是在浴室，然后玩焰火是在花园的位置啊。
But also, I play Baptiste like an idiot. I'm just aiming for top damage all the time. And I spam the Halloween voice line of behind you, behind you, just all the time. I'm the worst kind of player. In Valorant, I'm like, you know, GG's, team respect. In Overwatch, I'm just an asshole now. I feel like this is the most, like, structured way that I've seen Stu play. Like, it feels like we're not really getting to see, like, the Stu that was, like, dumpstering people beforehand. But at the same time, I feel like this system just seems like he slotted into it really nicely. And CB actually getting a kill onto... Swirl actually getting a kill, sorry, at the same time. That was just over in an instant. It couldn't have been better timed from Nova.
是的，而且时间还够。虽然说有一个燃烧榴弹的技巧性投掷。
Oh no!
CB 拆包心切。
Best region in the world, Sliggy.
Dude, I was literally just singing his praises. Singing his praises. He strolled into the molly. He did good though before all of this. Like the timing of just waiting for the distraction over towards site in terms of fish or multiple people to shoot it. It's good.
I wonder what the call was. Just like I feel I can get on it now. They're just playing like chicken.
还行啊，4比4，又稳住了这边。
4-4。这种情况下，对于
This was 11 and 6.
他们是乐观的。
Actually, Diffin's due, which I didn't.
看他们这回合，这个
I guess it's like actually on defense, Nova not looking too bad.
要求非常高。是的。哦，直接混掉了吗？把死
上来就被这样给混死了。
这1-2直接倒地，接下来对方这种多产阵容怎么？
Probably some of the best defense stuff we've seen from Nova. Actually,
yeah, that was nice. 3 people heavy duel where it just actually just swings off each other. It's cool.
这一分把京东猫 JDG 几乎全部打掉了在 A 小的位置，只剩 Viva 一人。
强行绕了。
Probably a timeout soon, I'd assume, because they have like some ultimates to work with still. Been farming them up and rotating them out nicely.
看到了，没办法，下次。
而且这种频繁的慢速之下，然后又是 Nova 在。
I'm glad that like the floor of China seems to have like come up a bit. Like all gamers are looking better, Nova's looking like strong. Hailu, despite not winning a series, like had some good stuff against who was it last week? Billy.
我觉得在一个点上吧，也可以说是 Nova 做的比较好。
Feels like the whole region has just got a lot better over the course of the year so far.
就是哎，我觉得这个是个。
Where was this Nova at Evo? Struggling to get through the open qualifiers.
坚决的拒止，所以在。
Yeah, great for the scene if Nova level up. I still think that like winning, like if you can win a map here against JDG, I think that's something major to take from them, especially on JDG's map pick. They scrim with APAC, right? Like generally teams like EMEA teams won't scrim the other partnership teams. They'll scrim like Apex and Kase and teams like that, like in tier 2, like the top of tier 2, just to avoid like showing stuff. So for China and Pacific, a lot of the China teams will scrim Pacific, and a lot of the Pacific teams will scrim China because they obviously don't play in the same league. There's always a chance you can run it into them at international events, but like overall, a good practice over time is the way to go. Because I can imagine that if you're a China team and you get regular scrims with like Gen G, like even teams like DFM that are looking a lot more like obviously scrimming against Paper X would be good, but you kind of just end up in Angels a lot of the time, I'd imagine. For stuff like Gen G and that, you've got good systems and protocols to play up against, good IGLing. Like it should be such a good and progressive way to learn, and like Pacific look a lot better than they did like last year. China certainly look a lot better than they did last year. So if you actually have like 2 regions using each other to improve, well, EMEA and Americas don't really have that. Americas especially, because you've just got other NA teams, and that's it. EMEA, you've got all of the different regions and all of the different challenger leagues, but still, like, it's not tier 1. Yeah, really nice crunch. You got spike control too.
CB 位置是被烫住的
，CB 顶不住了
，CB versus the fucking Brim Molly.
是的，
必死之人还换了一个走，
眼中3
It's 40 seconds still for like a reset.
I'm looking
here.
kind of impressive.
Yeah, it feels like every time that they can play around like a set strat, it's actually really well put together. Especially when you got Swell in there that doesn't speak a lick of like, well, he speaks a bit of Mandarin, but the fact that that's all well timed, it's better timed than some of the stuff that JDG are doing with Stu, it feels.
Yeah. No, this was really cool.
我觉得真的尝试一次抱团提速，因为现在已经明显发现了，这个对方这种阵容和这种玩法是克制你这种降速玩法的，是真的克制。
I think me saying this, like, hopefully it doesn't come off as like complete hyperbole, but it's almost like Nova's like the Paper X of Pacific, not for China, not because like they're god tier, but, yeah, it's just like they're not afraid to come up with stuff and they're playing different comps, but they have ideas for it.
Yeah, no, I think that's fair.
But I don't think they're like, you know, as good as Paper X should be top 4 in international then. Like that seems to be like the philosophy that Nova have.
What do you think of this? What do you think of this attack wall?
Isn't there one that's like a little bit deeper and goes for the TP as well?
Yeah. It's best.
I mean,
I even think when it goes through the TP, it's not that good.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's only good if you've got like a Cypher on defense and they keep camming it. I mean, if like Nova with this comp were playing like a Breach and a Cypher and stuff, then I definitely want to be doing that wall because you want to clear that camera and not just feel like you're just going to get stunned and pushed each time. But it feels so like situational that... Like, what's your perspective of like just doing the same Viper wall, like the Fnatic one that just goes straight up short? Like, are you like use that wall every single time all the time, or are you like we should change it frequently?
It creates too much pressure. You could maybe do like a few for an eco set strat, but it becomes too readable. I think long term, if you want to use this comp for like a whole split, you just do the same one every single time that has multiple uses or multiple pressure.
Yeah, I feel like that's like the whole Fnatic way of playing, like on Lotus and stuff. It's just everybody knows the default, but it's the fact that the default can go into doing so many different things that you can't read it.
They're very to the book in that way. They have a lot of strict rules.
Isn't FPX already that with the triple controller and stuff? That's a good point actually. Yeah, maybe like FPX would earn that crown a bit more. But I feel like when I watch Nova, it feels a little bit more like... When I watch FPX, sometimes it feels way too like free-flowing. Which is more like FPX to an extent, but also there's a lot of stuff that FPX do that are very like set strategies that they like to sort of pick up and use, and that's what I think Nova are doing a good job of here. It's also very Heretics. Heretics are very like set utility heavy at the moment. But I think Heretics outside of those windows of using those like set executes and stuff like can look a little bit weak. Or at least they did for like kickoff in Madrid, and on this map especially, because they had like, you know, recon darts that you'd use here and it'd take like 20 seconds to land here. But now, actually Nova winning the defensive half was not really something I was expecting after everything that we were just talking about. Like, man. I mean, it might not yet. It might be another 6-6 half. But like, you've taken out Stu, who's been really quiet this... I can't say he's been quiet all series because he top fragged on Sunset, but I wouldn't necessarily say that he was like crazy multi-kills making a highlight reel like you typically do. Again, it's like a good crunch, but this time the aftershock gets 2. Alright, nicely done. Alright, the triple controller is actually like the way to go apparently. I'm not too like surprised, I suppose, that like if JDG look a little bit like shaken up by this, because like this comp just nobody would look really that comfortable. Because it's always a bit intimidating when a team run a random comp at you, but how quickly that nerves can just go to like straight up tilts, or how quickly it can go to, oh yeah, I thought he was out, but he just wasn't safe. Yeah, no Viper, no Sentinel, not even a fucking Brimstone. The only agent you typically see here would be like the Sky and the Rays. Everything else, maybe the Gecko too actually. Also, yeah, I think for Martin too, like if you're just in a lot of pain, I don't think that was Martin then that was hunched over, but it just reminded me that like, oh yeah, I imagine he's in a lot. Like, it's not going to be comfortable up there.
今天如果现场观众有人戴着墨镜来做这个表情，
I got the headset. I don't have the sunglasses
我
though.
有，一会儿切回来我来一个。
那你下半场你去呗。
You have to do it like full on, like in the face.
这是我们的中场环节，来吧，比赛即将回来了。其实回到上一场来说的话，在首方
Yeah, but what was I saying? Like, I think, yeah, if you run into a comp like this for JDG and you're playing against it on defense, you're gonna be a little bit flustered playing. Hey, Magnum.
来看一下这个三先锋来到下半场进攻边之后，能不能打出那种跑轰的战术啊？真的像我们说到的，三先锋往包点里面投掷无数的技能之后
Never left. No, I didn't think you did. I just saw the thumbs up.
FPX 的三决斗霓虹已经被干掉了，但是现在看一
It's
下
a good
这
thingy.
边的三先锋玩法在员工上面有一个什么样的发挥啊？
对，今天整体京东梦 JDG 一如既往的一个稳定。
Also, Gorilla, if you're still here, if you want advice on how to climb up in Overwatch, what should I play in Valorant?
接着稳定下来，去扛住这样的攻势。
That is an initiator player,
Nova 的话，
mostly.
下半场还是把中攻方向放在了 B 点。
Gecko, yeah, it feels that way.
没有做任何后路加默认
Only Gecko. I mean, seems like everywhere they're good.
所有这边的话，买一个轻。
Also, like, I have the chance to like either play like initiator stuff like Gecko or Sentinel, like with just the friend group that I play.
但这种这样
Like,
会让对方误判，是不是你会选择一个
I don't know what I'd prefer to play, to be honest. Like, I'm happy to play both. It's just
在等啊，
他想第二时间进，但是京东主方已经
I think Sentinel you could probably have a lot more impact with, especially if you're like privy to a lot of the setups that teams use.
拉住，哎呦，这索要把你骗出来，花园架住，这大的。
波 Swell 这个枪线拉的是满分呀，光光一个大拉出来，马
Then
上
your alpha less out. Yeah, exactly.
这么夸张的吗？
就在空中其实被
I need to be not afraid to take aim duels too, so like playing Sentinel like that way is
还
good.
不死，其实真挺难的。
空中转向，然后找到通道，通道和队友的技能配合完成以后，把你拉出来，然后花园直架。
Never kind of stomping with this pistol though.
第二楼这里正面还有一个交火，欧林欧只要卡时间就行了。Steel 虽然打掉了 CB， 但是包点里面也没有办法去形成，都是1打1的情况。
右键3连发没有中，但是现在点内还有3个，现在有个3打2的机会，跳的瞬间被找到timing，OB1 完成击杀，花园位置已经是明牌了。 Steel 这边，
索尔再杀掉 Steel。
Love is so good in ranked in Premier. Yeah, we played up against a team on Lotus that were.
可以看到，确实是
We had the op on Lotus C, and they meddled and naded it, and they just died instantly.
回防，我想在点里面多
Like before they even realized what was happening, they were dead, which is crazy. Like the impact of it is definitely up. Like I feel like some teams from China are definitely going to pick up the clove. If I was to guess, like a team like Nova maybe.
人越少越好，然后我抓个1、2个打个人数差。是 Nova 这波不一样，是告诉你我要来了，你人快点进包点，我要在包点
So
里面跟你打。
2 pistols apiece, I think it is so far too.
对，就是打一些道具上的差距。
这回合京东选择的2选，要适当找一下人了，这打得太被动了。他现在关键他也不敢出来找，压力很大，真的很大。
枪有劣势啊，枪有劣势，顶多也就是挑看出去吃信息，员工重镇很难压出去。
对，但你看这几回合被 Nova 的进攻性，明显京东对于地图掌控率是越来越低了。现在。
Yeah, Clove isn't playable just for the foreseeable future. I don't know if there's a date on it necessarily.
闪光啊，包括技能有优势，但他们也是打得很耐心。
Yeah, DK is awkward to use.
Martin 这个位置更多是在听。
I think once people get accustomed to it, it'll start, like, you gotta imagine, like, way back when, stuff like an Omen Paranoia for people would feel, like, clunky and awkward to use. Now it just feels second nature to a lot of people.
而且自己在吃到一些技能之后，只能被逼回包点，这也是让那个自己提错的时候。
Alright, so they clear Martin, it's on and off angle. There's a bit of support there at least. I mean, the Aftershock feels like it's getting so much value from Nova too. Good flash, broken, good, like, good spacing, good read from Nova. Definitely so many instances where you see teams execute on that and that Gecko flash just isn't cleared because whose job is it supposed to be?
所以现在这个位置的话，其实现在是没有人就是在他那儿露。
他们的选择是不露给 B2，他们想优先清防守方重生点和 elbow 位置的人。
Do I think if she'll be used in pro play? First of all, they. Do I think they will be used in pro play? I imagine some team will cook up something with them.
这确实是在复盘之后有一些提升的。
对，你要出就得是大身位出，几乎就是必死。
当我们还在想你如何清理 B2楼的时候，Nova 在游戏里面已经告诉我们不需要。
And that's also me not having to go because, like, he said she instead of day. It's just like for myself, I'm trying to make sure that I correct myself when it matters.
那9比5啊，确实。 在来到了下半场之后 ，Nova 的这个
I think a team is. I put it this way. If I had to say what's coming first, a team using Clover or a team using ISO, or even a team using Deadlock in China, I think Clover would be used before either of them.
优先开的情况下拿到基本分，来到。
In fact, I think some of the comps that we've seen already in China feel like they are set up to replace their Omen or one of their controllers with Clove.
真的不得不说，所有的加入把队伍里所有选手的能量都释放出来，而且让教练的可选性这个战术丰富起来了。
我觉得还是光光这个点吧，光光的状态混乱
Anyway,
还是
got a full buy.
这个太关键了，对于 Nova 而言。
Bonus, Free Guardians, Spectre, Bulldog. Playing for the space is good. You got the Breach Stun that's been used across here too. I do like this because it feels like you can just sort of fight for the extremities a bit more. Like if you want to fight for this and take it away from JDG, it's very easy to. I almost respect JDG actually fighting for the space a little bit more. The Flash, however, doesn't actually catch anybody from Nova just because they're right around this corner. So they're going for a B split. Also, where these guys are going to be positioned from, I think, is a big thing too. Like the Breach stunning across here to allow these guys in. Now that there's one on the other side, it's a good snake bite. CB's just stood in it. CB just doesn't give a fuck about mollies. Like, they just don't care. Paranoia actually used in from Gan and from Hookah. And it's just, this setup is nice from JDG. It's a good read from them, good setup. I feel like CB just doesn't have any feeling in their legs. They just like to stand in mollies the whole time. They just seem to find their way into them.
Just chilling in it, just waiting for the swing. I mean, it's a bonus, so I'm kind of okay with bold players, but...
I mean, this read from JDG for it was good.
Yeah, even the TP way was fine, because they had the heavy rotating.
Let me know if translation is required at any point. I'd love that, maybe not today. I don't think we're going to need anything from... Like, it's probably just the interviews, really, post-match interviews. But generally, from like having stuff translated, I'd say, like for casting especially, it's very like generic storytelling kind of casting. There's no like interesting stats or tidbits that we should know. And interviews, even the answers, whilst they can be like useful, are almost very like political. Like nobody like trash talks. Yeah, everybody believes that they can win. Everybody believes that like they're working hard. And yeah, I mean, absolutely. Like stick around for translations because I'd love any input. That's a big one though. Actually being able to break the gecko planting. There's a good adjustment from Nova though to actually pick up the spike plant. They're actually going to push CT. They're going to fight Martin. It's so important that Martin wins those duels. Even him just getting one is good because if he gets run over by these two players, they just go B. Like here, the fake planting. This is again like good positioning from JDG, despite it being like pretty much all Nova so far. At least the last, not only start of their attack, but end of their defense.
去安置爆能器了，
没关系，他在这当钉子，只要说这 B 点来得及，这儿等你转防，这儿
Can't believe he's gone.
欧你想走真没那么容易。
他这就是不走了，这位置就是要打到死的，能说几个？110。
And then Olingo stays.
打2的情况，两个人一起来的，
爆能器已经放了下来，自己可以来率先选到点
You
位。
got no flashes. You got Skydog.
直接选择双 B 大。
而且现在
Wow, they're not even playing in hookah. They're just wrapping all the way around.
对，就京东手里也已经没有闪了。
对
There's no planting for them now.
CB 手里的这个 P0之5基本也用不出来。就基本就看一下。
Any utility? No, not really.
拆分出来。
对，58滴血。
A lot of time has been bought. So this could be a good clutch. Good clearance. Should be like a good like peak as well. If Fever goes down, Wyatt should be able to trade that. So yeah, they dealt with it nicely, but it was still Like a
kind of like the 4-person death ball, just walking up mid and then going over towards showers after. I wonder if teams could do that more on this team, on this map. So I see especially when I watch other regions, like most teams get wrecked on this map because something like this with 4 people could actually really work. So many people in like America's EMEA Pacific just hold like a default with just ones.
You mean from Nova?
Yeah, no, from JDG, right? They did a 4-person like walk up short and then insta 4-person group, well, 3-person group after they lost one over towards showers. I think it's something that could be adopted more from other regions on this.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. I think Wolves do it quite a lot too. Like on their defense, like if they're in any doubt, they just tend to like wolf pack up and clear things together.
Yeah. When everyone plays like 1-1-1-1, which you do on this map at the beginning, I think this has a lot of potential.
Yeah, especially when it's like scary, I suppose, to like try to fight for space against triple initiators, like initially. So like just having it kind of like you said, just spreading out the default to begin with. So it's like if they just throw a lot of utility towards long, it's not like you're trying to actively fight for that space because you will just lose with all that utility in front of you.
Yeah,
you get that initial info. Then you group up and re-clear it because yeah, especially with like Sky Breach, there's only so much utility that they have available to them nowadays.
Yeah, it works well against them.
Yeah, I think Sentinels do it quite a bit too. But it depends on the map, but I kind of remember like Split and stuff that they would like group up and push mid on defense.
Yeah, deep damage. I mean, Sentinels just their strat back on Split is so big, it's insane.
Yeah. I think that teams like Liquid could adopt that a bit because Liquid are very much one of those teams like if we're playing now, we're going to push and trying to get some. So like them grouping up more, I think would make sense.
Yeah, I agree. They play it. That's like one of my biggest criticisms to Liquid. Apart from their like weird buy that they do on Eco, where they don't buy like Omen Util. They play too by the book. It's literally just like lose this map control, take this map control, lose this, take this, and that in theory it's right, but teams know that that's 100% gonna happen.
Well, yeah, it's like there's a term in like football and stuff that's just like total football. Like it's a certain like play style, I suppose. It's like the most like adapted since like the 90s and stuff. And I almost feel like calling that like total Valorant is like a good like equivalent because it is just like you know like in an ideal world this is where the Sky always plays on B long, the Viper always plays here, the Raze always plays here, and it's like yeah, but it's too in an ideal world that it's not.
Yeah, it is. It's too perfect world.
So it's why I'm never like against seeing when GE were playing like the solo controller with Viper and stuff. There's always part of me that's like, honestly, like fair play to them because I'd rather see them try something that's a bit more unique and different than to try to do it as a you need to play these 5 agents and they always need to be playing in these positions.
Yeah, I get you. I think your example wasn't the best.
Yeah, I mean maybe that's like a step too far.
Out of all the examples you could have used, I'm not sure that's the one I would have gone for, but I get what you're saying.
I mean, it's especially something I've seen a lot from like game changes and stuff as well, where it's like, for example, we played like Cypher on Haven, and Nugget, our Sentinel, like played in like a sort of Africa's tournament. She's Egyptian, and their coach was like, oh, you need to play Killjoy because everybody plays Killjoy on this map. And it's like, yeah, but if you can play the Cypher and she's good at it, and teams aren't really sure how to play against Cypher because everybody plays Killjoy, that's more valuable than
you can have an extra edge. Yeah. But most of the teams go for that other train of thought. That's why we see so many teams that like copy. There's not many teams that like to go against the grain. Even when I was coaching, like I had the name of about 6 teams worldwide, 6 to 8 teams worldwide that I would actually watch VODs of because I knew everyone else would just copy the stuff of those 6 to 8 teams.
Yeah.
那自己的位置只能出来和人硬拼了，在 B 点2楼能不能突破？可以，此外有先手 V 吧，正面突破。
I mean, that's probably why you brought in people like Bacon and stuff initially too, right? Because
Yeah.
they might find the same lineup as somebody else, but you know that they sort of found it on their own, or at least like knew where to look for it.
但他不知道现在是一个双人绕后，有没有可能 Martin 这边给到一些架住了。
Martin 这里绕后的位置肯定是有人的，因为这分人数上面大优势，后路肯定有人。
I think the only example where I think the teams need to do more of what everybody else does is probably Icebox. Like, I'm really confused as to why so many teams are moving away from like the Sage, Sova, like comp in favor of playing something wildly different.
I love the no duelist comps on this map.
On Icebox.
Yeah. I love them.
That's the only one I can sort of like, even like moving the jet to arrays and stuff, or even chamber, but I just kind of feel like stuff like Harbor Viper is a bit overrated, but also seeing like the Gecko KO, I think it's like it's good, but I still would prefer a Sage.
He has his weaknesses. Like if I was playing Gecko, if I was playing against Gecko KO and Gecko KO became a hard meta on Icebox, I would just play Clove on Icebox and just play yellow heavy every single round with like a judge.
Yeah, just die there.
Yeah, just die there. Just always get 1-2.
邻居还是要出来要枪位，
重点放 A 小，海尔选择提速，当这个点
Because that comp can't clear that well.
Yeah, I mean, I like all of the sort of conversations around like the strategy, like taking the Magic the Gathering archetypes into Valorant and looking at all those stats, but I think it doesn't get as much respect as it should do, but I also think that there's people that just dive way too much into it that it again becomes ideal world. Like with this comp it should be this one because they're non-mirror win rate. It's like, yeah, but you're gonna get shot in the fucking face. We've heard it before.
Yeah, I think there's some weight to it.
Oh, for
like
sure.
it's a good way of thinking of just like and getting a good idea. I think that stuff comes well into like maps as well, like new maps. I think that stuff works well in terms of if you're looking for like a comp that has a lot of options. Like you can have agents that are like in the middle of all of the whatever the ways of defining the players or the agents that they have.
Yeah,
like the all-rounders.
It's easy to be critical of that style because it's like, oh, if we look at all of the data and the stats, it suggests that playing this comp should give you a natural advantage over this one if you play in these positions and do things that way. But then you lose, you're instantly like, well, the data's wrong. Like, it's only like so useful, so I think it's quite easy to just disagree with it and then not find any use. It's like when there was that whole period, I suppose, was it Weltis or whatever, like from Sentinels, was talking sort of about like poker and effective values and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And I remember like Steel replying to it being like, you know, this is horseshit. Like, there's so much like context being missed here that you just can't make a decision based on effective value.
That's a lot of my stuff when I watch other analysis as well. Is it's all too perfect world. It doesn't take into a lot of. Like, that's like the one thing I notice when like there's people that haven't been in teams and they're talking about games. Like I can spot them a mile off when they talk about stuff, and it's like they hone into the wrong things, and it's like that what doesn't in a team environment or some like the actual stuff that can happen, like it doesn't, you're forgetting about things or you're focusing on the wrong thing. I see that a lot.
Yeah, I think the best example it's an Overwatch thing. Won't name the player because they were controversial, but they played like a Doomfist, I think, on Iconvolt at one point, and I think it was somebody like Reinforce on the desk was like, oh, they must have played the Doomfist here because of all of these ideas, and then they sort of replied on Twitter, was like, no, I just wanted to like send it, you know, because obviously you can change your agents in the middle of a game in Overwatch. They were just like I'm just gonna go for this and give it a try. And it was like the analyst desk were trying to work out like the theory, like if there was a set plan, and it just ended up being no. I just wanted to like fucking go for it. I imagine it happens in Valorant as well. It's like, why have they gone for this? It's like because they decided in the like hero select, I want to play Jet instead of Raze on Bind because I don't like feel comfortable with my Raze. I want to up a bit more. My up has been good. I want to like play around that. But like that's what makes doing a desk so hard is you have to try and explain to people what's going on without having any context or nuance because nobody wants to share that with you until like after the fact.
That's the thing. No one wants to give away anything.
怎么回啊？完了呀！这波堵3个 A 小的，堵区域式的防守，选择去清域式的那一瞬间。
Because definitely from like, I don't know what it would have been like for you, but like when I was like doing game changer stuff and I was watching like the desk talk about like my team, it feels very frustrating because it's like there's so much that like you know that they don't. So I understand like the position of like the desk being in where they're talking about certain things. And you're like, that isn't true though. But because they're not you, they don't have that POV.
Yeah, it happens all the time. But it's also, I mean, it's also their job to try and make like narratives out of stuff.
然后同时 B 点有人已经过去了，强行脚吗？ Martin 架住了啊！
So Lord knows how frustrating it is to be in like Fnatic shoes right now and stuff.
还要来，还要来，还要来！
无所谓的，你 Martin 这边中间
I wouldn't be worried if I was that team though.
I don't think you have time to be worried. You don't get to the top by mulling over stuff like that, right?
Yeah, it's true. I'd be worried if I lost today.
Who would have played up against?
Giants.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, that should be winnable. I mean, EMEA is just like, yeah, I mean, this team should win.
JDG 虽然有一把英雄的狂徒，等会儿可以存在啊，但是这一杆狂徒能不能有效果？
这边是大量的一个数位福利啊，看这回有没有机会了。
是的，唯一呢拿出狂徒的就只有 Steel 以及是 Martin 2个。Martin 现在跻身在魁父当中 ，Steel 而在浴室，所以现在 A 包点绝对是。
Sorry, I missed some of the questions in chat.
是的，而且因为对方一直在强。
Swelljet versus Chujet on Ascent. I mean, yeah, like Swell's been performing really well. I haven't been paying too much attention to this map so far, just because we've been talking about various things. But yeah, I think it's like for me that's something that's like important that I learned that I want to be able to like take into like doing these kind of conversation. So I'm not gonna come in and be like, yeah, I'm a fully fucking fledged coach now. Like I haven't been signed to a team ever still. Like I just got some experience, but at the very least, from like my perspective of working a broadcast and then working with a team, I feel like there's a lot of stuff that I can say that's just, I'm trying to describe it, like the biggest misconceptions that I had as working talent that I immediately knew were wrong when I started working with a team. I don't think it's like the major perspective, but I think it's an interesting one. Like, if I put it this way, I feel like somebody like Gorilla would be interested to see what like I've learned from getting actual experience with a team from working on a broadcast, especially with stuff like Augment and all of those things that we use. Oh, Stu's just held on out. Guan looked good on Duelist and was instantly put it off again, sad. I mean, yeah, like Guan was like a flex player for RNG, so the man can play like anything.
4个兄弟都在回避，看我好胆战心惊的呀！
这一分 Nova 的 fake 完全没有做够的一个同时 ，Steel 这边
So there's a lot of good stuff like that.
开始做出正确的判断，在第一时间就完成了一个回防。
Yeah, I'm like.
行啊，你看关键时刻 ，Steel 确实能够。
I'd like to think that I have like a unique perspective on that, but I might be like
现在来到了这一分当中啊，虽然上分赢了，但这分对于金龙 JDG 而言，枪械更新完，终极技能这一块还是没啥了。 没啥底牌了，
但对手其实现在用的也都差不多了。这回合就是看枪了和小
CB 差一个点，拥有一个追猎之灵。
I should have fucking Sliggy's chat open as well, just keep an eye.
他现在能不能控住这个浴室前
？RB surely.
然后呢，尽量给你拖住。
他就是简单
Probably.
然后给你吃了一波信息。
对，你看今天 CB 干的就是这一件事儿。
Fung is also kind of up there too.
把速度降下来，这回合他想来终结比赛。 都没有技能，靠着自己的小技能，都没有大招，靠着自己的小技能的配合，把自己的多闪的优势发挥出来，重点才能完成。
浴室前点做控制 ，B 大前点被给了EN，这种时候肯定是聚拢 A 小，然后浴室夹去打 A。
Is Stu cooking? Barely. Had some like he's been quiet, but I'm not like concerned about JDG's like the fact that they've been quiet. I think this is just Nova playing phenomenally well, having a really interesting comp. And like Stu, it's not like Stu hasn't been playing well, so that's why Nova are on match point. It's definitely more of a case of like the way that the system is now for JDG is a little bit more strict than it's ever realistically been. I say that as two players just push into CB, who's gonna pick up the gun. Good flank from Viva, 1 versus 2. Oh my god, how did he just see Obi-Wan? Oh, he's seen the outline. Good fight from Guan. Did he see the Omen back sight then?
I have no idea. It looked like he did with the second shot.
If that happens in game, I'm soft reporting.
It was wild. I thought the first 2 shots I was like sure, and then the extra 2 shots to the left I was like okay, he had to have seen them.
选出了一套3先锋的阵容，还收获了胜利。
我觉得分2个部分嘛，一部分是今天2边都是只赢对方选图局，另外一部分是你别说在这张图。
Also, did somebody explain to you like how to pronounce Nova's IGL name beforehand, or did you spend the first part of today going ooh?
Nah, dude, I just say the agent name they're playing. That's how I've been approaching that one. How do you actually say it?
It's Olingo. Because
it's not ooh.
No, it's not ooh.
Ling.
Because it's Ling is 0, so it's O0O in Chinese in Mandarin, so it's Olingo, I think. Because I was like government IDing him to begin with, because that's what they said on like the walkout.
Okay, yeah.
I forgot his name though. Yeah, then because I literally I don't think the casters knew. They were like working it out mid-cast, being like, what do we call him? And then you've got fucking Obi-Wan as well as the.
Obi-Wan's sick though.
Yeah.
The Oban.
Yeah, because I thought it was Oban to begin with.
CB 其实都是一直为团队在做牺牲的，但今天确实表现会比第1天的时候要好很多。
今天的一个绕后卫的发挥吧，几次确实打出效果了。包括京东吧，面对对方的这种3先锋的速度的提升，一度也是找到了遏制的方式，但你会发现。
Trying to think, like we need to do like a. That'd be fun actually. Do a tier list.
The name that I really missed. I'm trying to remember what team he played for at Champs 2021. Do you remember Dispenser?
Oh
that was a sick name.
I'm pretty sure there was a player in China, like for tier 2, like in one of like the early like tier 2 qualifier things that's going on at the moment. That's just called I'm Better.
Oh, that's sick as well.
But there was definitely a play called Free for All as well, which I love as a name. Like, it's fun to have a read and just go, I need a username. How can I troll people as hard as I possibly can? Because even stuff just being like, why are you, not just being you.
Yeah.
Like, why would you do that to people?
It's so good though. I like it. Right, I'll be back in a sec.
Yeah, no worries. It's well MVP now.
他也是拿到了自己的一个 VCT 期间的首个 MVP 啊。对，平均战斗评分271 ，KDA 1.7。
Is Nova calling? I'm answering questions fucking Sliggy's chat. Bringing in people who haven't watched much of China and then trying to pronounce the different names. That would be fun, yeah. I could pitch that to Plat chat. Again, like Martin's had a good map. Voyage at the bottom, don't really care. You know, IGL's at the bottom. This was just, you know, a little bit passive. I'll be honest, I don't think I was really watching as closely as I could have been. But I think, like, just, you know, 7 plants, 6 wins off of those plants.
光是在集战术，然后人员配合。
Some of the stuff that JDG were doing in post plants, I guess, just wasn't really working that well in the first half, but it was a 7-5 half. Now you just lose the bonus and stuff, and similar to like how it was on the second half of Sunset, just close, but then in the second half you lose that initial stuff to work with. It kind of goes to shit.
Nova 在这一块的数据马上也做出了一个调整，就是回防打得更加出色了。对。
Yeah, I'll have to. I've been speaking to such a bit about various things that we can maybe do, but see if they happen.
所以究竟今天这个 BO3图3究竟是谁能够摘走这个胜利的果实，收获自己 VCT CN 的首胜？现在我们看来确实已经是不得而知了。让我们稍事休息，进入到双方图3的较量。
But yeah, okay. I need to go for a week. I didn't expect that this would go to a third map. The third map of Ascent as well, so it's just going to be a fucking battle. I mean, this will be fun. Imagine if JDG lose, though. Spicy. All right, be right back. I'm just going to run ads if I haven't done it already. I don't know if I have. No, I haven't. All right, so that should be... Let me just double check it's going first. Yep. All right, be right back. See you guys in a couple. We'll be long.
I'm an animal, burst through like a flame cause I'm flammable. I'm taking off, I'm a radical. Hot rain fly down like a cannonball. I'm a renegade when I elevate. So sharp, cut through like a razor blade. I'm invincible when I stand tall. All hail to the king, I will not fall. All hail to the king. All hail to the king. It's like
好的，欢迎回来，继续收看委屈 CN 联赛第一赛段的比赛。大家好，我是解说阿丁。
大家好，我是解说周特马。
目前京东梦 JDG 1-1战平 Nova Esports， 来到图3亚海玄城胜利，究竟走向何方，真的不得而知，扑朔迷离起来了。
是的，而且相较来说的话，亚海玄城明显是偏向于守方。那在进攻方如此会做阵容调整，如此擅长打进攻，做这个进攻方的小战术调整的 Nova， 有没有可能在亚海玄城给到对方巨大压力呢？
我觉得在亚海玄城这张地图里面，我绝对要先畅想的就是两队之前的一个比赛情况，因为两队在面对到 EDG 以及是 TE 的时候都拿到了亚海玄城。其实当时先说 Nova 在打 TE 的时候，他们整体打到最后是13-9输掉了这场比赛，但是我能看到的是他们在亚海玄城当中有设计，且在进攻开的时候有给到 TE 一些压力。
Ryan runs the Preds correctly caught.
的一个点就是沟通的效率。
I mean, I don't know if I left the Preds going
去卖队友或者说队友进入到激进位置的时候，想
during the first part of the map.
这个其实，在今天的比赛里面，我觉得 Nova 好像都改掉了。
是的 ，Nova 今天整体
So yeah, I've sort of been doing it on my own at the moment. Free, what is it? Ascent is Ascent the third map?
你几乎每一周都要有一一个明显的改变，一旦你的速度放慢放下来，那接下来就不好说了这个结果。
然后在京东梦 JDG 这里，他们
Yeah, I think that's potentially a great
亚海玄城选的会比较少嘛。然后当时他
a
们
great
的情况下
segment to like pitch patch out or something.
就直接去选择做了一个一选，
Just
自选。
how to pronounce certain
那一
names.
场因为也是YH城的一个首秀，然后包括1号的一个状态。
But the thing is, I think like what I'd worry about is the way that I'm doing it is wrong, which would be very like typical, I think.
然后他的对手这边是给到了 Viva， 你会发现两边明显在队内表现比较多的都成了第三张图。
Also, sorry YouTube, I have been ignoring chat a little bit there.
对于京东梦 JDG 而言
I'm just double checking if there was anything to see beforehand. I don't think so. It's pretty much been all Twitch.
但是在晋升赛输掉的最后一战。 功亏一篑，即使日月如梭，但我相信那绝对对他们来说是卧薪尝胆的一刻。是起点赛过来一路的磕磕绊绊。
Hello, Ladybug.
TEC
How are you this morning? Where's my?
他们也重新变回了挑战者，他们需要去重塑自己曾经的巅峰时刻，回到曾经的高度，要重新开始了。
是的，那对于 Nova 来说，其实
How winnable is this for Nova?
盾光远航不辞万里的。
Because I almost feel like if Nova win this, I think there's going to be so much like focus that goes on to like, oh my god, JDG are absolutely washed, like nuke the whole team. But honestly, like Nova have been playing really well today. It's very DFM beating T1. Like you can't be too mad at T1 because they even played well and still lost. But like for comps, nothing too shocking. I think the one thing that I do want to do is this the picture-in-picture better? No, default view, okay. Let's do it this way. I need to like find a better way of doing this. Send. And then JD and then Nova. So this is all they've played so far. JD Gaming lost to Edward Gaming. And Nova lost to Trace, but like a lot of the stuff that they did on attack was really nice for Nova. That's the first time that we've seen JD Gaming play Ascent. Is that true? I can't remember. I guess not. No, they didn't. JDG is ultra aggressive in wanting to win. Wouldn't you control money? Yeah, as an organization, I 100% agree. But I just hope that the fan base isn't too like feral onto JDG if they lose this. I mean, it really depends on how this third map's gonna go. But like, it's so doable. It's so doable for Nova to actually win this. The more like it keeps, the more I keep thinking about it, the more I'm like, actually, I almost feel like with this map and how it went for JDG last time. Because it was maybe only like Fung Fung and Nuclear for Trace that stopped it from being scary for. Yeah, for Trace. JDG attacking. Like, good rolls. I mean, yeah, like somebody said before, this is going to be a really fun like, position. You believe in the light, I believe in Guan. Oh. I mean, that's the thing, yeah, like, that's the one element that I wish I sort of had a bit more context with, some of the signs. Because, like, a lot of the fans are very clever. It's funny, because I was looking up, like, stuff like Vukasha and Weibo, and the majority of, like, I guess, like, tweets, whatever that would be, like, posts on Weibo, is just, like, the audience being like, men and women being like, gosh, Vukasha is so handsome. Right, actually, yeah, true. I mean, this is just an absolutely brutal execute. Very standard, very simple, closing the door, having a late, like, good position, I suppose, for Martin to be in. They're getting shit on. I mean, yeah, it's straight attack A, execute pistol. Like, everybody just hit their shots right. You know, Martin can very easily lose that duel because it's just a 50-50 fight. But so many, like, executes on a pistol are just variations of this. That's why you'll see, like, a lot of killjoys on their pistols. Like, put the alarm bot here, have two people play this. Like, I would have thought that you'd have to breach over on A to begin with, but they might have done. I wasn't, like, paying that close attention. Oh, predictions. I should probably stop them. Oh, no, wait. Sorry. Somebody stopped them beforehand. Thank you. I was about to, like, give out the choices. There's a stun, turret watching. Yeah, this is what JDG need to watch out for a little bit. It's just, like, bait out the stun, make sure that you don't get punished by it. It's a good test. This whole series has been a good test for JDG to be like, you're playing 3 sort of general maps that you've played a lot of and should have a good idea on how to approach it. but you're playing up against a team that has like a couple of variations on what is popular. That I didn't really like from YHGen, because I don't really know what the plan was, like to try and fake pressure towards A and then go B. Is EDG still the best China team in your opinion? Yeah, until they get like overthrown. You can't say otherwise, I don't think. But I think there's a lot of teams really catching up to them. I think this stage is such a big one for EDG to get right. And over making this like eco round work, Martin only having a ghost to his own name. Viva is just having to bail his team out. My god, that third shot is sick. I think Viva might be an underrated choice of like one of the best players in China. Just how much he's
very impactful. Yeah, he like saves them a lot. I hated their anti-eco for this. I hate teams that this is like a big difference at the moment, and I noticed this in other regions as well. So it's not just like China, because there's definitely difference in teams.
Thank you, Ladybug. Thank you very much for the prime.
Anti-eco is yeah, it's pretty brutal, man. Like people that take risks with big guns, like Na'Vi have like perfected how to play that second round, in my opinion. And so many teams are like really far off that, or like they'll have comps that don't have a drone, but they like will take a risk with the person that isn't the ghosts, and they'll take a risk with the guns.
Like if anything, that seems like the time to be focusing on that more because of how snowbally Valorant seems to be at the moment.
Exactly that. Like you can be the worst team right now and win double pistol, and you're gonna win the map. Like, I would actually say a worse team, if they win double pistol, should win the map unless there's like a big skill disparity.
Yeah. Or like if you win a pistol and then the bonus as well. Like,
yeah.
God forbid you win a bonus and 2 pistols. But what even was the plan? Was like YH trying to like fake
it's
towards
just trying to
A?
fake short, yeah, and it's trying to fake short to just make the stack go there.
不得不说 ，CB 今天的状态真的是从定位到自己的状态都逐渐找了回来啊。
I mean, the most common thing teams do on this map, like anti-eco, is just, well, same with ecos, I think, on attack, you just straight execute. Or just go all A main, close the door, don't fuck about too much.
就一个战术和枪法上来拼一拼硬。
这回合的话，战术好像做了一个小小的改变，选择从更多来重视一个中厅的压力了。但是你看 ，CB 直接跟过来，寻离间大概位置也就确定了。飞机再看，果然
early like utility used, like having the recon dart come out and then the elder drone straight afterwards, like a little bit. Not a waste, and it's not like it was a bad play from Nova. But I think it's like if you can get the Eldron out before it like drops down to like now essentially. There's just, with no KO2, there's just a criminal lack of information for Nova that they now have to be making gambles like this. Martin breaking that. I don't like him trying to peek up a bit too more, but I guess you have to be threatening. It's just whether you expect Guan to be on this angle. You do, but your teammate isn't quite in the right position. Like, Yihao just fully baits him with the noise that he's made and had utility in hand to, like, it was like they were rushing.
中虽然把后点的人打掉，但是自己市场位置已经是名牌了，
只剩下了最后的 Viva。这一分打完
Like, it's a good fight for Guan to be on this angle, but I feel like it's just a lack of an understanding. Like, JDG, like, okay, you've got all of this info out. They don't have a KO. The only thing that they have to get information-wise is a recon dart, which is what Martin clears, yet he still tries to push up into a team that is desperate for information.
是 Nova 有没有可能强行角呢？ 还是求稳啊，
不好说，不好说。现在
主要他是 Nova， 他但凡别的队，我觉得真有可能就是稳稳的，现在不要掉，把经济稳住先。你还记得第2张图的时候，在营重镇直接是5个人去抢，被 Martin 写4个那个
情况不一样，那个马上盘点了，然后大招。
Stu goes down at the exact same time. Not quite sure where from.
这举个例子啊，确实今天 nova 整个打法真的硬，而且你看今天什么 CB 啊 ，SWAT 啊，
Hey, Free Fallen.
全是前点防守。
Whitechin has been more like poor for this free round.
但 Viva 这边是有保留了一把英雄。
I mean, if you mean by like calling potentially, but what I'm thinking more is like JDG had Nova in such a good position, but they didn't quite. They either didn't really realize it, or they didn't exploit it as well as I would be doing. Oh, that sounds egotistical. I mean more like if I'm like in a position where I know that I'm playing against Nova's breach comp, I'm using the fact that they only have like little bits of information to work with against them. Like you don't have a KO knife.
2.5架，带上小鸡，3个人一起。
Yeah, that Team Liquid split loss was crazy. It just goes to show how like momentum based this game is and how much it's just on mental.
但是第一时间没有卡出来的一个时间啊，他还要破很多的激
高飞进来，先怎么说？打不打电？强势背身，火光打2个。
It's brave for Guan to even consider playing in that position against like an eco. Like most times he gets clayed out. He just doesn't care. He doesn't give a fuck. He's just egoing on them.
牢牢守住了 B 点
，2打5。 这就是兄弟的羁绊。
关键，他把前点先放过去，我不漏枪声，让你去瞄那个1道，然后我来打截断。
就这种电光。
Yeah, we come back to like that too, though. Like it's like Navi can be built for making those kind of things work because Angel's IGLing is just so good for those moments. But also like when you look at the history of like that Team Liquid team, like from Apex and stuff, like choking in games that they shouldn't lose. Seems to be way too common of an issue. Like I do feel like the way that JDG is sort of playing this, especially towards B, is like it's risky. Because this, I think, should be enough of a giveaway on... Like, you're not going to stun and push and fight this when you have the Killjoy over on this side. That might be me just being like, because I have all of the, like, we have all of the information. We can see that the Killjoy's on A, that I'm, like, generalizing. But I guess the way that I'm seeing it is, like, if you're prepping and looking at a team and they have the breach stun over here, like, I think most times I'm putting the breach on the other side as my Killjoy, because it's, like, 2 really good forms of stall. It's actually over for JDG this year.
Wait, this defense half looks good, Ryan.
I mean, yeah, it's solid. I feel like for JDG, it's weird. I feel like they're not really like exploiting a lack of KO enough. Like, cause like the round before last, like Nova recon darted mid, they outruned instantly. They didn't really have any utility. It was the round where like Guan like gets close on B main and gets the fight on 2 of them. And it's just like, because we played like teams with breach or game changers last year, like Anonymo and stuff. I think like if you get stunned on one side of the map, you kind of know that the breach is going to be on the opposite side of the Killjoy, like strong side, weak side, and all that. But also, like, you want to just take out their eyes and take out that utility, so they have to kind of like aggressively push for information because they don't have a KO knife, they just have a recon dart if you get all of their util out early. But then, yeah, Martin was just getting farmed over towards B main.
I think they're playing a lot more, and this is kind of coming down to what we were talking about earlier, when like everyone's used to like normal meta stuff, so when you play something different, teams don't know how to play against it. And this feels a little bit like it because they're so aggro over towards B main in like the big buy rounds at the moment, right? We see them face A main, face B main early, and then do the aggro play the round before. They're just not used to it.
Yeah, even just small things like where Martin was when they pushed with a stun on B main, like in a little corner. I would have thought that, like, if you're playing up against a breach, you would never want to play there anyway in case they stun and aftershock you.
Yeah, true.
So it's like,
yeah, that's the thing. They're not adapting. Dude, that's one of my main criticisms when I watch a lot of teams, is their adaptation on the fly is not the one. Even K-Corp are a good example the other day, like not adapting to the fact there was no initiators, or like the fact that there was a Sage, and I think, and it even goes into Pacific, right? When people were playing against like the GE comp, like Zeta, playing against the Solar Viper, they played it wrong. Like I think a lot of teams stick to their own game plan against just random comps where it's like, because this was something that I drilled heavy into my team in Liquid. First 2 minutes, because obviously when you join on stage, you pick your agents first, and then you have like what 3 to 5 minutes to talk.
Yeah.
And in those 2 minutes every single time, even in practices when we join a game and it's loading screen, I would always be like, just tell me all of their weaknesses right now. Like where can't they take on the map, what can and can't they do? And I felt like teams would benefit so heavy from that.
Yeah.
Because I just watch teams and they just don't know. It looks like they just play their own game. And that works against normal comps, just being like, yeah, we just play our own game. But against random comps, you gotta play differently.
Yeah. You can't panic either. Like, it's some fighting game thing too that I remember where, like, if you run into somebody, I'm trying to think of a good like example of a player, like Zekken. You're playing up against Zekken, you're gonna be terrified of him because he's a good duelist. But if you're like a pro player, it's like you've played against hundreds, maybe even thousands of like Raze and Jet players in scrims or officials or whatever. Like, it's not like Zekken's nade does twice as much damage or his satchel helps him travel.
Yeah,
it's the same agent.
Same stuff, it's just the guy can one-tap better, or send it better.
So it's just like, you know how to deal with them. Like, the utility is the same, it's just the player's, like, scarier. And I think that like, kind of goes a long way. I think that's also one of the reasons why, like, Fnatic has been found out a bit more, because teams have kind of gone... I think a lot of the times teams lost to Fnatic because they were just scared of them. And now everybody's just gunning to like usurp them to an extent that now it's the easiest time to get a win against Fnatic, because everybody now believes that they can do it, and Fnatic are like a little bit more nervous than they would have been.
Yeah, there is that factor. The fact that everyone copied Fnatic as well for a lot of their maps, so everyone knows exactly how they play now, because multiple teams play like that as well.
Yeah,
like they have a lot of stuff stacked up against them.
And also what you were saying before about like having a 5-minute break of being able to talk about what the comp does, even if you have like a rough idea of what you want to say, I think it's good to get the players to answer the question almost and have them think about it.
Oh yeah,
because you could just tell them like, watch out for this, and they probably like won't connect with it as well as them working it out on their own.
Oh, for sure, dude. When we tried this in Liquid first time, like people wouldn't be able to say what weaknesses were, and then like towards the end, like majority of them would just be able to say like everything that they couldn't do. It was like one of the best things that they took. Like I tried to set those players up as best as I could for future in terms of multiple agents and just like understanding of the general game. And I feel like that was one of the things that I just think teams would benefit from the most. It was like the best thing for us.
Just any like critical thinking stuff.
Yeah, literally that. Dude, at one point I was going to get Bacon to do a quiz about the game and just situations of how to play it. Like, he was going to write like a whole quiz out just for them to take, like a literal test.
What's funny is that, like, for Odd One Out last year we did that. Because there were so many situations like, alright, we're in this post plan, should the Killjoy like push this or hold it, right? Like, and the best part for like anything to do with duelists, a duelist can argue for fucking anything. Like, why did you push with the operator against an eco? And they will find like a theory of why it's the optimal play to do something incredibly stupid.
But that's the difference between a coachable player and an uncoachable player, is if they have an answer for everything, even if it's like something that's fundamentally fully wrong. And then they'll be like, I want freedom, and it's like, well, it doesn't work like that to an extent. You can have freedom, but there has to be a limit.
Yeah. Because otherwise you get into situations where it's like, okay, I want my duelist to pick up the op here, and they're like, but I don't I don't feel comfortable enough, I don't feel confident to, and it's like, we're setting you up to be that, right, I guess. Man, Nova just, yeah. As soon as I said that like the defense was tragic, everything has been defensive sided.
4个人的情况下丝毫不慌啊，一一拆解。
今天你敢相信 Nova 最硬的兜底王是 CB 多少回合了？
Stu can only do so much, it looks like.
让 Nova 在赛场上面收获到了良好的一个化学反应。每个人的其实状态都相比于开赛日的状态有更好的提升。
对，两个方面吧。
Just had the weaponry, but I'm really glad that like CB is actually, because they were the only like question mark I had on this roster now. After Pang has been benched.
They are not used to people facing them B main. Not a chance, man. Look at what they're doing B main. They've never had a team that goes this aggro on B main against them.
Well, yeah.
Every time I've watched that.
Have JDG ever played against the Phoenix on this map either? Because it's the same sort of thing.
Yeah, it might not be.
这今天现在你信吗？这回合这么几秒钟打完了，京东现在已经不知道该怎么玩了，有点开始。
打快的、打慢的都输过了，
而且每回合都被。
I never thought I'd be sat here say like lamenting China from playing too properly. Because this is what the region as a whole needs to do more, but it's kind of like I guess we were talking about on Bayern. It's like they don't know when they need to break these rules that they've set up for themselves.
Yeah, it's exactly that.
一个暂停去叫出一个4-8，就是最优也是一个4-8，那我觉得也挺亏的。从上帝视角来看，
But how do you even really deal with the breach that well? Like, I guess it's just tried to bait out the stun and stuff early, sort of see where they're trying to face a bit more, and then like fight for mid.
24K 这里也是激动起来，兄弟们就给我站，很干啊，很干。
对，你这个内容和他这个表情很接近啊！
别骂他们，干就完了
啊！你的速度只要够快，对面死的就更快。
然后你看，像光光今天脸上也带了笑容。其实他第一天打 T1的时候，脸上是有一些。
JDG actually look good when they, yeah, I mean they'd look better. Like I think it is the whole point of like perfect Valorant, I guess.
会找回赢的方式，但我们还是要提的是，相较于优满赞的那会儿的话。 他们整个的一个发挥还是突出了一个终结比赛能力不足的问题，还是有。
我跟你讲，最重要的还有一点就是沟通效率这一块。以前优梦和 Well Analyze 只要是战术第一时间一定是同频传达的。所以在暂停的有效调整这一块，没有了优梦之后的京东梦 JDG 一定是有差距的。
是。这回合的一个主力方向还是尽量给 A 的一个技能球，先把该吃下来不急啊。
So JDG on another lower buy, they have something going for them at least.
Analyze 叫出的是亚海玄城的最后一个暂停，他要保证京东梦 JDG 能够以4-8进下半场，那还有一个翻盘的希望。
不然的话，接下来下半场对方只要赢一个首相局，马上就是一个2位数的胜场。
是啊，
这太夸张了。
而且我说实话，今天并不是说京东梦 JDG 的状态。
Nova have actually had CV. He's only died twice, 17-2. They've just, it might be a third death. No, I can't quite catch out. Where did they recon initially? Because you see a lot of teams go for this one, which I think is probably the way. They're 8 in a row, right? Yeah, I think so. Because JDG won the pistol, won the follow-up, and then, yeah, like, bonus onwards. Anti-bonus onwards, sorry. But, like, positions and setups are just too good, it looks like. Not afraid to keep going for the duels. And maybe there's, like, nothing to sort of follow up and trade. You got to play like CB peeking out. That's kind of tragic. That's very tragic, I think.
14秒钟，直接离魂吟唱进船窝，反
手。10 seconds left. JDG.
撞在一块了。
顶出来，强行拆分。
The paranoia is good. No time. No, he doesn't have it. He still gets owned by the shorty anyway.
那这种情况下，这
Oh dear.
Nova 已经来到了一个高枕无忧的感觉啊！
而且现在 Nova 已经开始全员发挥了 ，OB1 也开始也开始找出来了。
他就算刚没打赢，其实跳下去也已经就爆能器安置，已经这一分属于 Nova 了。
对，
没安下去嘛。
哇，这次强行来通中门做的已经相当不错了，可惜。
那上半场的最后一分。 看一下是20还是39进吧。
What's oh my god, fucking 5 Guardians. So alright, so the aggression comes in on this side. So like I said, like you push this side, you're holding this side. Like sword and shield almost. And they're going into the defensive side.
CB 先点一人，
关世晨直接倒地了。
I think the only thing that you realistically can do is like hold in like positions like this, like try to hold and fight against the aggressive side. Because the problem with doing it this way is you just kind of go into the meat grinder a little bit.
先架枪的呀，1号是。
就看看这个包能不能放下去了，只能出来先架，OB1 出来还想找机会。
Mine's just peeking. The spike hasn't even been planted.
一波打拉再找头帽，终于
It's done right in the corner. The wide peek. Jesus Christ.
2比10的大比分在亚海选手当中，现在迎来了攻防转换。京东茂 JDG 的手枪局不能有失，不然的话有可能比赛很快就要被画上句点。对。这分京东茂 JDG 在上半场
JDG also getting shafted because they were Team B, so like the fact that you can pick the side of the final map, I think is very underrated.
自信沟通，现在的 Nova 都已经整
Fucking
合在
pages of notes too.
这个中场阶段谁是最忙的呀？我要让 CS， 这压力太大了，兄弟们进不去了。
对，相比于 24K 的这
I wonder if JDG have enough about them to bring this back.
来来来，兄弟们，跟着有影一起跑起来，看看谁最像。
I don't think so.
这个表情
I think the breach alone will get Nova like 2 rounds.
What,
And
just
it's
from
gonna
the,
get 1.
like JDG,
Just
don't
from a
really know how
random
to
all
respond
round,
to
yeah,
it.
that they're not used to, where they're just gonna like play on a site or something.
Also, I've been seeing people use the stream together thing. I don't know if it's any good. Might have to ask your chat actually, but that might be worth trying for the second series. I don't know.
What is this?
I don't know. It's like it like combines the streams like together, kind of. It doesn't change anything on your end. It just sort of, I don't know. Somebody in chat can explain it better than I can. It's not like a multi-stream. It just like it'll say like Sliggy is streaming with Ryan.
真的是有些上头了，不知道该怎么解决了。
这种时候，如果你2个暂停叫完都没法调整回来，那只能期待换边了呀。就换边回来之后，看看能不能把手感啊、思路。
I also think that this is like being Team A buff, like being able to like if you've got Ascent as a third map and you get to choose the side, it's such a big advantage.
节奏其实挺像员工重镇那会儿那味儿的。
Team Sasaki to do Team B, just to have like veto control almost.
他们在起枪情况上面是比较的正常。
这回合的话 ，Nova 还是在
It's a new Twitch built-in thing, yeah.
进攻方先看一看你有没有在中场做什么新的改变啊
？A 小第一时间没有急于去外面看，因为中路是放了自动哨兵的，中路如果想控是给 Nova 的，两侧的包点是不给的。
Nova 这次的话，在 B 顶的速度还是相对还是算比较快啊，起码把技能能够尽量多的给骗出来。手枪局技能骗的多了，接下来近点才有更好的。
It's in beta, there are bugs. Yeah, it might not be worth doing, but I don't know.
但是京东这边的话
I really don't.
防守力量全部都是在一个中区
Haven't the foggiest.
可以来做一个补防。
对，京东还是一个加固包点嘛，然后现在因为第一波的交汇已经结束了，所以选择杰锋在这张图里面做一个浮动的防守很合理。
Yeah, the only general thing I know is it kind of like instead of it being like, oh, you're on a call with so and so, it's your like both the streams appear. But I think yeah, like okay,
It's step 1 at least.
Buff pistols. I mean, that's pretty much all they've got. That's literally all they've got. That and the round afterwards.
Steel 这边的一个和 YH 城的上下双架的配合，还保留了希望。
对，而且下回合自己的优势枪械啊，一定要稳得住。
连追2分，每一分我们现在都得记着，因为现在是2比10嘛。
对，
然后拿1分。
Like I'm struggling to think if this is like a no Yeoman related issue. I don't think so, but.
Damn, Antonio, it's just the B main thing. Three big buy rounds. Each round they had to eco after going over towards B main. They just got wrecked. Like that's the whole game, really. Like that's 6 rounds. In terms of it being ecos after.
再加一个目标，他不光是要赢下这一分，他还要完成 flawless。 在巨大太贵了。对，在巨大的这种比分差面前，他这样的起枪方式必须要是一上头完美团灭+1，先打掉了光光。
先不要急，刚刚开始，现在啊。
It's a shame too because of how well like Martin was doing on the other 2 maps.
高川数位啊。
And like B main on attack, it's like kind of his jurisdiction as a killjoy. That's his problem.
They just win there with numbers though all the time.
Yeah.
Instead of like a slow default.
收的是盆满钵满，中路也有人在架过点，看到了，
看着了，回来接着下，飞将响了。
It's always bad too, like you're playing a killjoy on attack and you're just getting shut down like that, just how much confidence you lose.
那这种时候，所有的飞将拉人，但是被 Still 给架住，再过来 ，Still 双杀到手。
啊，最后一个了，
看到了，
一把没有掉，
完美团灭，
没问题。
京东梦 JDG
Alright, must win bonus.
自己在下半场翻分的2大要求。
是的，
把手枪分的拿下，然后长枪分的完美团灭。
对，而且要求的就是长枪分得该起的全起来，得稳住，他全做到了。
那这第3分，京东梦 JDG 能不能顶住啊？
是有的打的，是有的打的。
They didn't win a single gun round now. Some of them go like, wait, did any of them get relatively close? Not really. It's not like there was like clutches and stuff. There was one from CB. It was like a 1 versus 3, but it was against an eco. So I don't think that was like too out there, too questionable.
想寻求对方上半场做的这个事情，但是有机啊，
是。
而且 Nova 现在依然是选择一个降速，就现在不想让对方发起追势的这个可能性。
对，因为 Still 其实出去是主动吃信息的一个策，奇乐已经被安排到了 A 包点。
Yeah, CB was 17-2 at one point, which like for Silver to be doing that does kind of show that like they, because the Silver mostly plays on B, that they're winning a lot of fights over there. But also like the lack of death sort of showed that at no point JDG was even really able to get into the site. It's probably just a lot of fights and a lot of support around here. But that might be me sort of talking out my ass a bit.
对了，看看这个寻地剑的一个消息啊。
迪瓦这个寻地剑知道中路有人了，第2时间退回到了中路的一个后点位之内。现在 A 包点2个不动，3个人抱一起。
Now here's that like Colin that you mentioned about like JDG on defense, like grouping up and doing stuff together there. Like this is good.
3个人抱在一起的效果其实达到了，现在已经开始把
Hey Hazard, hope you're doing well. You got the 3 players over on B as they're executing. Hold your ground, Martin. Come on. There goes Martin. That's an amazing flash. I don't even know where it flashed from. Was it like right on the top here from Breach? The flash didn't even fucking hit Guan. Oh man, CB is just actually demolishing.
很难了，很难了，这一分就在这可能0点几秒的时间里面等到。
You can assume that your man is too important for the rare item called JDG. That's what I'm trying to work out. Like, I'm not trying to be some like JDG apologist for not having your man on the team. But like, I don't think that this is. But I don't know. I don't think that this is like a problem with the personnel of Nova, from JDG. Sorry. I mean, it's the typical thing of like a team that has been doing relatively well now losing to teams that they probably shouldn't. Oh yeah, the stakes and expectations are a lot higher. But I don't think that I don't think changing any, like, I don't think taking WATCHPARTY out the team or anything like that is like the play. Or bringing in Yeoman. I think if Yeoman was still here, I think they'd probably suffer from the same shit. And also, I think it's a little bit like dismissive of how fucking good Nova have been this series.
所以有些时候为什么我们说抓习惯很重要呢？就抓习惯会让你判断的准确率明显提升。一枪还不能用，过去了。
It's
a lot of like Nova actually making some unique stuff work, which is easier said than done. Oh my god, Martin is just not afraid to be up on that angle, but you've got Martin facing and then you've got Fever backing the fuck off of sight. Oh, it's a disaster. Oh, I can't be not JDG, not like this. Who's Nova's coach? Oh man, is it like 24K? Is that their name?
你看图1、图2、图3，它不停地在进化。这个死人不防进不去啊！
现在京东墨 JDG 这杆狙要保的，
I mean,
就这一分
so
就给了，那就是
disconnected.
赛点放了。对，可惜了。那现在12比4的一个情况下，下一分先来看一下京东墨 JDG 这里经济的一个情况 ，Viva 0，然后1豪700，Martin 450，然后他们又输掉了一个情况，
Yeah, I'm not a fan of. Like, I don't hate Martin trying to take a fight here, but I'm not a fan of Martin doing this whilst you've got Viva backing off onto site. It's a common thing I think teams mess upon a lot. It's like, if you're playing on site, you need like 2. Or you need 1 back site, 1 ready to support.
This is
like
a big win for this team.
Oh yeah, it's massive.
Like, huge.
Like, it's potentially on similar lines, I think, to like DFM beating T1. Like, with where the power levels are. Because, like, again, I don't think, like, JDG are getting destroyed here, but, like, I don't think they've played terribly today. I think they've just been diffed. Like, mechanically and strategically.
Bro, the breach is actually causing them a nightmare. It looks like just new stuff. They can't handle it.
But it's same as Sunset, though. Like, we've seen Nova play the breach before. Like, they played it last week against Trace. And, I mean, they had some really good ideas then, but, like, I guess Trace just are better.
而且他这种玩法了，就算 A 小给到压力，把你骗回来的话，再转 B 也是来得及的。
Nova 过 A 小要去教无人机吗？
I like seeing somebody like CB, because there's somebody like, you know, you got players that you picked up from like RNG and stuff. But like Obi-Wan, Olingo, and CB are like the old Nova core that always like lost out in open qualifiers for the Evolution tournament last year. So like seeing somebody like CB who is just a genuine unknown just stomp against a team like JDG is crazy. Because this team was just full of like Humega walls. We didn't know anybody.
同时 ，B 通也直接被打通，只剩下了2道的 Martin 能不能站住？只能做到1换1 ，B 点又被攻破了。
Steel 的明狙还在，但是 Steel 只能现在在防守方重任点赶，YH 城只有10滴血，
还有颗钉子 ，CB 这波没有退，今天永远在单摸的 CB 能不能够守得住？先看侧身位，同时找到有一波扔技能的 timing， 提前被斩。
He's absolutely done him at the end there too.
Yeah, he really has.
Steel 1打4。 他不得不也必须去来做这样的一个尝试。他是明狙，他没有了逐风，地上有一把狂徒，但是他不敢捡。他现在
JDG might want to consider banning out Ascent in the future.
而现在这一刻，暗眼推出，
被推住了呀！
山崩地陷的给到，
他是一把明狙啊！在回防怎么办啊？回来想做拆分吗？一枪甩没有甩住，同时
Oh, he's gonna get knifed! Oh my god, that's so close.
的击杀，最终让我们恭喜。
Dude, JDG might have a really rough year, man.
拿到了今天 BO3的首胜。
Yeah, I mean, what's the next game is the big one.
这一场重新找回。
They have DRG and then Billy. But yeah, like, the group that they're in for stage 1 is just way too competitive.
No, Yeoman hit him hard.
And honestly, like, Nova have a good chance of making playoffs, I think, with their group too.
Yeah, with this win, yeah.
Because you just need to outperform DRG and Wolves effectively, which I don't think is... Like, do I think the JDG lose to DRG or Wolves? Probably not, but who knows at this point.
对于京东某 JDG 而言，今天他们有很多的困难，有很多的一些挑战，遇到了今天焕然一新的
I imagine a lot of people are wrong on this pick'em now.
Oh, bro, this whole week has been, the start of this week has been mad, man. I think I'm 1 out of 5. Because even EMEA was a little bit mental. I mean, I could have gone with some of the underdogs, but I would say every underdog won apart from 1 game. Maybe BBL Koi is even.
还给了 Nova， 有 Swell，
Yeah, I mean that just feels like flip of the coin.
Yeah.
But it's yeah. If there was predictions for China, this would be a plat chat guarantee for JDG. I'd assume.
Oh
So,
yeah.
Man, what a shock loss.
They have some good stuff though, Nova. Like even their set struts on Sunset, the map they lost, wasn't too bad. Like they had some good ideas, and it looks like they. I mean, the breach works well in this region from what I can tell. And I still think like even their game plans have been like relatively nice. Like even on Sunset again, the fact that they were trying to use the alarm bot in the smokes to try and hold down all of the A pressure. Like they still have some good stuff. Like they're thinking pretty far ahead.
They got the right ideas.
Yeah.
It's kind of really hard to work out what it is as a region that China needs to improve on to be competitive. I think it is just reps, because it's not. It's not theory. It's not utility. It's not certainly not aim.
The region's just behind, man. That's all it is. They're just playing catch up.
They just got to experience all of this for themselves.
不太清楚如何去终结比赛，如何去取胜了。但是他们也在逐渐的找回自己，比如说像 Viva。
I feel like it is just watching 11 various versions of FPX, like the old EMEA FPX, like in all different styles.
Just different look every single week.
对吧？第一场 EDG， 第二场打norma今天输了，第三场就是宿敌 DRG。让我们也来听一下上场比赛的一个语音回放。
Oh man, I feel so bad for JDG. Like they just can't catch a fucking break. They have Edward Gaming in the first week, and then they lose in a shock, like loss to a crazy-looking Nova.
小心好吗？好的，老板。D 来了。ED 开，你可以帮我大打，别走。进不来。进来，能进。啊，请教。
Summary.
哎。哎，一刀的，逼刀的，别的。
Holy shit, Som, thank you very much. I assume that you were just watching this, right? Because, like, I can't express how much of a shock loss this is. Like, this guy, for context, like, Nova as a team, like, in China last year for everybody, there was, like, this tournament going on in China called Evolution. There were open qualifiers. Nova never made it into the main event. And JDG were, like, second and third around that level. A player like CB was just, I don't know. It's like one of the players from, what was it, Girl Kissers or whatever, coming into Tier 1 of Americas and stomping a team like fucking Leviathan. What happened on Bind? Nova tried triple initiator and it absolutely demolished people. But I think, because I'm on call with Sliggy at the moment, like, I think one of the main things is just like JDG, because they're a core of a team, but they have a new IGL. It just felt like as soon as a team threw something that was a little bit like different at them, like, you know, a little bit of a controller, it was like a crazy thing.
都是在对方的选图当中获取了胜利，尤其对于京东来说，现在自己到底哪张是属于自己的强图，可以来重新捕获胜利的可能性呢？接下来对于他来说是一场艰难求存的旅程。
是的，但是可能不会有太多的时间给到京东梦 JDG 去舔舐他们的伤口，对，因为他们接下来将要面对的就是他们的宿敌 DRG 了。如果在这种情况下还没有办法拿出自己的全胜，参与应战。 没有办法去结束
believe that it's gone this way. I just can't believe they're like Nova as a team have like absolutely destroyed a team like JDG. It's crazy.
的发挥非常亮眼，但是整个3局看起来的话，包括今天光，包括所有这对老的羁绊的这种老兄弟的一个相会，你会发现确实在一块的这种表现，帮助队伍拖住了底，同时也撑出了上限，把今天这种极致疯狂的进攻属性完全打满。
是的，非常令人惊讶的点就是在于他们改得非常快，而且改得非常好。那也是前方的赛后采访已经准备就绪了，正好我们来听一下选手们是怎么对自己做评价，怎么说的。
Oh man.
Hello， 大家好，欢迎来到赛后采访，我是杜俊。首先恭喜
JDG hit by Supernova. Yeah, CB. I don't know if the I have to check the stats overall. Actually, I don't think he was like performing that well that he'd be top. But oh no, yeah, he's as well as he here. -3 on Sunset, on Bind, +5, and then 24 and 7 here. So he was MVP, like going from ACS.
而且在比赛当中，你们展现了非常具有侵略性的打法风格。那你们在进攻边能够打得如此强势的原因是什么呢？
因为之前打得太猥琐了嘛，那效果明显也不是很好。
Does Killjoy work on Sunset? I think.
所以也是放开手脚嘛。
I think there's a lot of things that you can do with a Killjoy, both on attack and defense, and especially now with how much of a B post plant fuckfest it is, that would make it like an exceptional choice. Like I think. But I don't know if there's necessarily anything. I don't think it's going to overtake Cypher with how popular it is. I just think it's a good choice. Definitely, like in the same way that playing Cypher on Lotus is a good shout instead of Killjoy. Like I think it's more doable, and I don't think Cypher's super duper giga meta that it's not really that good.
性格啊什么的去调整位置，就大家也会看到我。还会是决斗，还会是信息。
对，就像是今天你在比赛当中不断的去轮换你的这样的一个位置，在比赛当中会给到你。
I'll leave this on if there's anybody that's around to translate.
不会吧？因为这是我应该承受的，也是队伍是哪里需要我，我就去哪里。
I don't know if they need to change their coaching stuff.
做出最好的一个应变能力。那好，最后一题呢是由我们的欧盟暗影精灵。
Because I feel like a coach like Val Analysis, it's a fantastic name. I feel like.
确实是。
的确如此。
I feel like one of the major things about it is that he would know what a breach can bring to the table and how to adapt to it. I just don't know if the players themselves have necessarily like worked it out for themselves. Like it's more straightforward to deal with in theory, but actually doing it in person, I suppose, is a little bit of a challenge. I think the players need to learn to think on the fly, which is, yeah, tricky when you've got a new IGL. Because you don't want to throw off like the foundational way that you're trying to set up this team in favor of like how to adapt in the moment. But you have to be able to do both. But like it's a baptism of fire, I think, for JDG to get this stuff right. Like it's hard. Like it couldn't be any harder for them right now. But what was the thing? You changed your position a lot? Yep, I just wherever I was needed. Oh, sorry, I probably should have been quiet. Yeah, that's a typical answer of what I mean. Like, it doesn't really tell you much. It's just very generic answers. But yeah, it's a bit of a shame. Let's change the title if it's not been changed already. No, it's been changed. Okay, good. I don't think I need to change it anywhere else. I need to turn something up as well. This one, whoops. Summarizing his performance on the day with one word, but I couldn't catch the answer. Oh no, it's all good. Who's tweet about going to the night majors? Loving the VCT CN skin videos. Aren't they the same as the old ones? Actually, I mean, some of these skins, well, for Sovereign, that's new, but yeah, like the only ones that probably made little videos. Yeah, imagine if FPX lose. I don't think that's really the place that it's going to happen, but you never know. I think that Nova showed more like DRG, the opposite of Nova in a sense of Nova were losing, but they were still like looking like promising. Like they could build up to like games like this. For DRG, they were winning, but not doing it. They weren't streets ahead of the teams that they were playing against. And when we saw DRG losing last week, it didn't look promising. In fact, it looked like they were the sort of architects of their own downfall. Either just the mental going or whatever, but it hasn't looked good from like DRG's POV at all. Like losing series against All Gamers, and like for that series, you know, obviously JDG, you lose 13-4, whatever it was, 13-5 on Ascent. But I still don't think that JDG necessarily looked that bad. They just looked a little bit lost on how to deal with the comp that they were playing up against. But for DRG, they just looked completely like boomed. China are getting the classic skins. It's just, I don't know the ETA on it. What I heard, and this wasn't like a leak, this was like initially when the skins came out. I think it's along the lines of like before Shanghai is the aim for China's skins. But then I've heard it being like bastardized to like, what's the word? Like after Shanghai and stuff. So I don't know if it's changed. I don't know if people are just sort of taking it. Like I haven't seen a source saying it's going to be after Shanghai. And I would imagine that Riot on both inside and outside of China are gunning to get those China Classic skins ready for Shanghai. Because that's the biggest promotion. But I'd imagine, like, hopefully before Shanghai, if not before Stage 2, but I don't know. Right, I am going to... Do we do it from here? How do we like play from like play it from a certain slide? Oh, shift F5. I don't know if that's going to break anything. There we go. Oh, that's right. Wait, did I have... Yeah, sorry, I was doing this one. We got the music in the background as well, which I could probably do turning down. At least for the time being. Because we can go for this again. Alright. FPX versus DRG. We'll start with talking about FPX first. Won their first series against Wolves. Pretty dominant. It was the second series that Wolves had to play last week because they had to play twice, unfortunately. So FPX played up on Ascent, Wolves' map pick, played some really kooky stuff, and it ended up working out massively. And then they went to their pick of Lotus, where they've changed up the comps again. You've also got Life moving from like a secondary duelist Sentinel to a main duelist, with Autumn moving over to play more like Viper. Lotus, they played triple controller, which kind of cooked. Still won here. Wolves only recently showing what their Lotus looked like against Tech. Lost in the match follow-up. And yeah, I highlighted this earlier. There's a nice little set play with a triple controller from IANG's perspective. So you've got the Omen one way here on the defense. You've got an Astra Star put onto the ground. Viper Wall actually going across C as well for a retake wall there, which is kind of nice. The Omen from doors opens the door, paranoids across onto this little mound where this Viper Wall protects. You got a Mosh that's actually gone into rubble on the back side of it. A Dizzy that's exploding out of here just as the race dashes in with the satchel. So you got the assist from the Omen Paranoia there. ENG gets another couple of kills. You got the gravity well that's also been used here that's pulled into. Vulnerable 1. A nice little like set play from ENG. We get like a top-down look as well. First 2 kills. There's the Mosh that's come in with more like Astra utility. And it just absolutely like cleans house. Like really nice like strategy and like play there overall. So DRG, they lost their series last week against All Gamers, won the first map. All Gamers were 11-7 up and managed to lose, which seemed like it was going to be business as usual for a team that hasn't really been doing that well. DRG lost in Sunset, which was fairly close, running the same comps other than T-Virus Luke on the Jet. And then Breeze, this was the map where they just completely lost all confidence. It fell apart massively, and All Gamers looking really good with players like Del B on the Yoru this time. And then Spitfires, who was playing the Duelist mostly, moved over to Sentinel, moved over to Cypher, and it looked a lot better. There was also this moment from DRG of last week. Just your casual 1 versus 5 from Nick. And absolutely demolish people. And it's honestly, if this is a map that... If this is around the DRG lose, then maybe All Gamers win that first map too. But it's nice that your IGL can do those kind of performances, and it's not just on the back of one player. Speaking of that one player, Vukashu. These were 4 out of the 5 maps that they played during the kickoff groups before they made top 4. So this was against Tyloo and Tech, I believe it was. Or maybe it was Nova and Tech. And 4 out of 5 maps, Vukashu, highest ACS top fragging, even on maps that they ended up losing. So this is a guy that's just been hard carrying his team, even in Evolution of last year. Vukashu was just dumpstering people. Doesn't speak really any Mandarin, Russian player, but was just able to sort of play Killjoy, play off their own utility really well, and has some of the sickest aim in the region that really he can just kind of carry people all on his own. But in the last time that we saw FPX play up against DRG, which was a qualifying game for Madrid, FPX did a really good job of shutting down Vukashu. Like, it's a really tame performance by his standards. Probably the worst ACS, like, combined, like, score, I suppose, for Vukashu since he's been in China, I'd assume, with how rough it was here. So, like, FPX are, like, cooking up some interesting comps and ideas. They seem to have sorted out their roles a bit more. The Life is on the main duelist now instead of Autumn doing some duelist work too. But also, like, they have a good idea on how to deal with Vukashu, which it seems that a lot of teams are starting to do now. For the Veto, I think this would be more likely DRG being mad and Lotus anyway, but considering how good it looks for FPX, it makes sense to take that out first. FPX have started banning Split post-Madrid, so might keep that going as well against DRG. Sunset, Breeze, really not sure. There's a big choice of maps for FPX specifically to choose from, but I'd imagine that DRG would want to go Sunset if they could make a choice. But that's kind of where I'm guessing with the Veto. And also wanted to highlight the games afterwards. So FPX versus Nova next week. I mean, it could be a lot harder game than you might anticipate with how good Nova looked against JDG. So like FPX might need to be careful if this series scares them a bit more, but I doubt that it would. And then FPX versus Edward Gaming afterwards, and then Billy. So tough opponents for FPX, but they're in a good position, I suppose, to make the most out of it. For Dragon Ranger Gaming, they have to play twice this week. They play up against Tech on Sunday. So rough week for them if they have 2 losses, especially with All Gamers losing to All Gamers last week. Being 0-3 means that Dragon Rangers' chances of making playoffs is pretty much done by week 2. And when you got JDG, Trace, left, you got Tyloo last, but these two, chances of DRG, I think, making playoffs is pretty much dashed, unless they win a series like today. But yeah, that's kind of everything I wanted to go over there. I don't know why that they closed everything else that I had open, but there we are. So that's the breakdown of generally everything to know about this series, I'd say. If anybody has any questions, let me know. but I think that's kind of everything that I'm thinking of. Everything good over here? Yeah, good. I confused myself and thought that I got hosted by something because I had Sliggy's chat open for a bit. But outside of that, everything's good. Yeah, I think that's everything. I don't like I said about the stream together thing, but I don't know how much of a faff around that would be, or if it's even like worthwhile. I don't think it's worthwhile for Sliggy. Obviously benefits me a ton, but it's not really anything major. It's just looking into it and seeing if it can actually be a useful thing to do is what I'm interested in. The help page looks complicated. Yeah, I saw some other people doing it, and like, I guess we'll see. Like, it sort of like, yeah, depends a lot on the setup. It's probably easier to just call. I think the only thing I could say, like Lexi, with the pinned comment is, I don't know if you could do it with like call with Ryan Central and then have the Twitch in there, but I don't know if that's just a shameless plug. Also, Ryan Central is all one word. Like, there's no gap between Ryan and Central because it's not my name. But like that it's also a perfectly fine mistake to make because like everybody does it. It's more me just being nitpicky than anything. Is your name Ryan? It is, but my last name isn't Central. Ryan Midlands? That's just offensive. I have had like hotels booked by like companies and stuff for Mr. Central, which is always annoying to like sort out. You give him free content so you get the free plug? Yeah, I guess that's a way to look at it. I mean, I don't need to worry about it today, but yeah, I guess you're right. Because like the difference it made when it was like a pinned comment, like for when there's days where there's like Pacific and China, when it's a pinned comment saying Ryan streaming China, like it would go up to like 500 viewers, you know, it'd be crazy. But at the same time, I don't think it's fair, nor is it probably healthy for any streamer to sort of rely on like a trickle down mechanic. I kind of gotta pull myself up by the bootstraps a bit too. The name's Central, Ryan Central, yeah. Yeah, like having the Twitch readily accessible like, goes a long way, especially if Sliggy's watching like Pacific at the same time. Like I'm definitely down to collaborate with people. Like, you know, being able to do stuff like plat chat and stuff is always nice. It's nice to just be involved. The Sliggy pyramid scheme, yeah. It's to an extent what it is. Have you thought on streaming on YouTube? I am streaming on YouTube, but it's just not like super popular. But I haven't really streamed too much on there anyway. Like, I haven't made too much content on there recently anyway, so that's probably why. I think it's also like you have to search for the stream. That's the main thing. Yeah, I know a lot of people did, but I don't know. I don't want me to be doing stuff like this to like feel like I'm using people. Like, I don't want to like hang out with Sliggy because I want to like use him and his audience, right? Like, I do because I like chat. Like, I learn a lot from him, and I like to think he learns a lot from me, just from like the little chats. He's literally just he's in the middle of a deathmatch doing the interview. He's like, I was 2 kills away. I'm literally like a kill away from winning, and you've stopped me. Nick's like, I'm gonna 1v5 again, but not if you interrupt me like this. it doesn't seem like that. I mean, that's good. But yeah, I agree that like obviously there's loads of examples of people working with other bigger streamers. You know, like somebody trying to think. What's his name? The Cypher player that does stuff with Jonas. Aker, like Aker the dog. I think that's pretty much where he got his start, is just doing a lot of stuff with Average Jonas. But I also want it from the perspective of like, I'm willing to show myself out and like try to like get people in. Like, I'm not doing it for me, I'm doing it because I want to do stuff for like China. I guess that's the way I'm thinking of it.
其实对于尼克来说也非常非常不容易，他本身就是一个枪男，但是来到了 DRG， 他其实是被迫拿到了指挥这个位置。那
I deal with the pressure by joking around. I mean, that's a good thing for an IGL to be doing. It's very hard to be good cop and bad cop at the same time. Our internal communication is super solid, so we know where people are. I can also turn this up.
这一周将会面临一周双赛的情况。他们在今天比赛结束过后，他们后面还会有一场面对 TEC 的
Doesn't seem like that. No, I knew you were joking too.
所以如果说今天
I think it's like, I guess that's
没有办法拿到一场胜利的话，那是他们
just kind of like me as a person, I
岌岌可
suppose.
危。来看一下赛前两支战队的数据情况。FunPlus 这边在首战率胜率和攻防胜率都是比较偏高，而且在整体的队伍中都是排名第2。那 DRG 这边的话，它反而是防守方胜率更高一些，这可能会让一些观众没有想到，因为他们打法就如刚才 Nick 所说是非常激进的。
是的，我们可以看一下给到关键选手给到的是 Life 和 TVS Look。Life 其实
It's not so much a pleaser, it's more like what I find interesting about making content is to like educate and keep people
非常低迷可以说。
但是我觉得 Look 他也有一个很好的改变，在于
That's why I liked making like Borderlands free stuff, because I was like, people are going to be interested in how like all the different characters play, so I want to make like big guides on what I think they like excel at.
玩得好的话，可能像是战神，
I don't know how to call it really.
攻击，所以我觉得对他们来说压力很大。那我们的比赛已经准备就绪了，把画面。
I wouldn't want to do this, and I wouldn't want to ask for like, oh yeah, put my Twitch in this and like have me do streams with Sliggy on like Pacific days, because I think like that's just me almost like clinging on to him for no reason. But like me doing stuff with Sliggy now, it's like, well, I'm like trying to be the China person and trying to promote like the scene in the region. So I guess it's like, for me, I want to work with like some of the other bigger streamers to sort of answer their questions and tell everybody about how good this region is and some of the cool storylines. It's just me trying to be like, do my job as an analyst, but for a region that doesn't have a broadcast. How Luke has made good adaptations to his gameplay since week 1. As I said that in the interview, a lot of the time you can tell when people actually do things like that, and I completely get it, being in the same situation. You're like the China correspondent. Yeah, exactly. Like, I was talking to Miska about it a little bit, because, like, it's such a difficult position to be in, because, like, I don't have a contact for China. So, like, me asking, like, what day is the stage 2 on? Because I've got, like, a wedding to go to, so I want to make sure that it doesn't clash and stuff like that. Like, those kind of questions are hard, because I have to go through the like UK and Nordic influencer manager, who then goes like through the like big system of Riot. And I think that like I'm not trying to do this because I want to like necessarily be signed to do a English broadcast in the future. I don't want to do it because I want to get signed to like a Chinese like org as a content creator. Those things would be great, but I'm doing it because like this region is super cool. It's effectively an equal part of the international scene alongside EMEA, Pacific, and Americas, and it doesn't quite get the same like love because it's new and there's no like English broadcast. There's no hub, I suppose, of like a China community in the West. So I'm like, well, I was watching for all of the China stuff at the end of last year. It was a lot of fun. There's a lot of really good teams and really good personalities. And obviously the Valorant that they play is ridiculous. That I'm like passionate about like sharing that. Can I ask Alan? I feel like just I ask way too much for Alan. But I think there's also stuff that he doesn't know or doesn't feel like that comfortable in sharing. But like, for example, I would love to do more like plat chat stuff, but I'm not wanting to do it because I want to like build my own like brand or like, you know, become super popular. I want to do it because I want stuff like plat chat to talk about China, but I also want to make sure that they naturally do it justice and not like, oh, I saw the scores for VLR, this looks crazy. The China Community Hub is fan-made content translators. Yeah, like Juntucky and stuff in Discord. Like I think Juntucky is Teething Dog as well on Reddit. But I'm also like, I don't want it to just be like, oh yeah, we watch party all of the stuff here. It's like, I'd love to build the Discord up to be just a community of people, not necessarily fans of me, but like fans of like VCT China that are English speaking. Like, that'd be sick, you know? And I think like me thinking of it that way is one of the reasons why I'm so keen on doing this. But like when I streamed like Pacific last week, it felt very it felt good, but I just didn't feel as comfortable as I do now. Because I'm like, I'm watching teams like Team Secret play again, but I didn't even watch the last time that they played because I didn't have time. Yeah, Waywoods is a good one too. Sorry, I was meant to run ads. Let me do it now. Veto's. This should be it. So I haven't got my thingy up. No, yeah. So Lotus Split, Sunset Breeze, Icebox Bind, Descent is what I'm guessing, but I'm probably wrong. It's too early in the stage to know where these teams are going to necessarily want to go. No part of me hopes that I'm wrong because we might get a bit of interest. Yeah, that's it. There's so much about it too. It's like if China suddenly get good, it's also like the teams are qualified for Madrid. Anyway, FPX actually chose Team A. I'm hype about that because they get the read. I'm right on the bans, but I'll be wrong on the order. Do FPX pick Grease? They do, so I'm right about that too. So DRG, I feel like out of all of these, Sunset would be the most like optimal pick. Icebox is, there's a chance there, but I think they are really risking it. They're gonna go Icebox. They're really keen on like making that work. So FPX banning Bind, I guess. Yep. And then DRG banning Descent and then leaving Sunset, maybe? Yeah. Okay, so I'm only a little bit wrong. But maybe DRG would have banned Descent to keep Icebox as the third map if it had gone the way that I thought it would. So let me check if something else works. So what's the first map? Icebox? And then但是每一次进入到了一个新的赛段、新的系列赛 ，FPS 都会拿出让人意想不到的一些阵容体系。所以其实微风岛屿这张地图对 FPS 来说，相信他们肯定是。Is this gonna work? Hold on, I want to try and see if it works. 这张地图上 ，DRG 还是让陆克从夜路转到了解封，是自己更为擅长的一个决斗位。主要玩的不舒服。Oh, I put it as Icebox. I'm so stupid. Breeze. There we go. 是的，从这一张。So what are they running? Eurojet. They're still running what they ran before, I believe. But actually, Ayang on the Astra, is that the same as before? Berlin on the Silver? Do they not trust Berlin on the Astra anymore? So they've actually like had a role swap. And then for DRG, what are they on? They were running like Harbor Viper before, and now they're running Silver KO.
没关系，结果哎，任务就落在了他的头上。
是的，今天拿到了新坠，而且我觉得这个可能对 DRG 来说，你需要去重新认知一下 FPX。
Is there no news about VCT? I mean,
其实对阿阳而言
there's gonna be. It's not a priority, and it shouldn't be a priority. I don't think.
站位的一些习惯、打法风格会有点不一样。
但说来让我想到了 FunPlus 之前在莲花古城最早是柏林有盖克的，这个盖克是由柏林传承给阿阳的，并且给了他很多使用小技巧的一个说明书。
是。
Yeah, like Madrid being EDG and FPX, like if somebody like Trace or Tech or JDG go to an international event, like my stonks go up a little bit more naturally because, you know, teams that nobody's really that knowledgeable
进入
on.
到比赛，地图将会来到微风岛屿，进攻方是 DRG， 防守方 FunPlus Phoenix。看一下在首
Yeah, no news about like China stream.
直接抱团在 A 外啊。
Xiao Xiao Chong. I hope that's not a rude word. I assume not, but thank you very much for the prime.
看一下这个枪械方面，这张地图比较大，以鬼魅为主。2楼也有走人。
It's my name, don't worry. Yeah.
唐哲浩一直在拿信息。
哦，新坠这张图。
I guess I think it's like.
就是以一己之力去扛这个点。
When I hear people like when Sliggy was caught with the whole like dildo, like names and stuff like that, I'm like, good lord.
等你淹的时间过了，其实对于 DRG 来说，这一波的等待不仅是等自己的一些独木的能量回归，还等对方的一波技能真空。
主要现在 DRG 自己也进入到了一个技能真空期啊，0点修探没了，寻敌剑也没了。 所以后续其实他们想要去拿到点内确切战人的信息是有点困难的。
Did they run this comp last time? Was I just a bit late to updating it? I'm pretty sure they ran Harbor on this, so they've gone back to like a more normal comp of DRG, which I think is good because Xion, like I like Xion's Sova more, and you just got 2 people left up on site.
主峰落地一瞬间反秒掉 TZH， 在另外一边看一下 Nick 有没有更多的说法。Life 血量非常低，他选择先求活。 等一下后续的队友过来，因为有人数上的优势啊。Life 也不选择主动去 pick 架过点，队友也在架，但是第一波好像五卡水也打了一个
Good flash, good peek.
直接配合到 Life 出来是成功，拿到了一波4杀。FunPlus 他们在技能协同上面做的还是非常到位的。
开局手就很烫 ，Life 也是直接起立了。
Sliggy.
FunPlus 来说，这一波的防守他们做的比较好的是。
Did you know that some of your like VODs of your streams talking about China teams have been like the VODs have been ripped and put on Bilibili?
Yeah, yeah. A dude, he asked me for the permission of it.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah, I like that stuff. I like someone does it for all of the Zeta and DFM games as well.
Yeah. I mean, there was a video of me talking about Zeta and it got like 70k views on YouTube because it's all like translated to Japanese, and I'm like, Jesus Christ, that's terrifying.
Numbers. Yeah, they hit some crazy numbers.
Luckily, it was a good map for Zeta. But
I'll have like my own Zeta VOD. I'll put it up on my VOD channel. It will get like 1,000 views, and then a person will translate it to Japanese and say get 100k views. I'm just like, damn, bro, this guy owned it. But it's also like good for him. Like I want him to do it.
The worst part is like they took some of my VODs, I think from like the early Evo days and stuff. And I saw in the comments they were like saying like, oh yeah, this is good, but I prefer like Sliggy and TMV. So motherfuckers like taking my VODs, uploading them, and then complaining that I'm not as good as you two. I'm like the outrage.
Damn, dude, he's got skill diff for the guys uploading it. It's so savage, man.
Like I'm like, gee, sorry.
3v3，但是血量有点低，5卡数落地。
I'm like, oh yeah, Sliggy and TMV went live, so this will have to do. I'm like, am I just some sort of like Tesco own brand like Coca-Cola? Like
依然是一个比较大的隐患。这个过点位直接被柏林给接住了。
Dude, the internet's a savage place. What can I say?
25秒。 他需要先把
I mean, especially like
这个可以安一个安置位的爆能器
China fans on like Weibo and stuff, savage, but they're almost way too creative for some of the stuff that they come out with.
看一下留一手 pick 出来，但是留一手的数位很准，一枪直接带掉了吸氧机。
Are they the ones that are doing like? Did I see they do like mad thumbnails? Is that what you talk about as well?
No, it's literally just like the VOD straight up. Like
oh, okay.
I can't remember who it is.
在2楼的管道开门，同时给你压力，这样点里的人其实是无暇顾及 A 大的。
Luke 好像身位拉走了。
Like, I don't mind it. I'm just like, don't just upload my stuff when nobody else is live. Like, don't make me like, don't give me imposter syndrome in a whole nother country, please. Like, Christ.
来到了第二季的一个长枪局。 对方因为有一个把蟒侠的压力，所以
I like how I mean it gives the channels good vision though. Like loads of people from that YouTube stream is like coming to here and just been like hello or like we'll watch here. So it is good. All publicity is good publicity, even if they're flaming you, Ryan.
Yeah.
因为这个阵容FunPlus 是没有哨位的，所以 DRG 在 A 点的管道持续施压。
不停的去给 A2楼的骚扰，但是五卡鼠这个点位，弹幕直接被 Autumn 利用蟒侠。
I need to like bridge the gap between the rabid Reddit fans and the rabid Weibo fans to make a mega conglomerate of tilt.
有机会捡到这一把枪。
哦，帮忙打一下巡逻剑，阿阳的位置是没有暴露的，阿阳选择主动拉出来，但是枪有点差。
Also, Lucas moved away from the Euro to actually play Jet.
而且他捡到了枪。
So it's almost like the idea of just like, right, fuck it, we're just going like super simple, no BS.
那个倒霉蛋，拐角位看一下 Nick 这个身位控制的还行，打掉了 Life。
但是现在人数已经有点劣势了。
关键2场3波的气还没安，而且血量有点低，两个人蟒侠
都是一枪身体死。
他 past one？
贴到一个经典位，柏林是有预警的。
I guess it's because we start late too. I feel like it's like 11 o'clock.
他还是要完成不可能操作的局面，
man, they can't even win on the bonus.
一样，但是这一次柏林没有给他这个机会。
是。 关键现在对于 DRG 来说，有个很伤的点，就是你单摸的位置如果率先进入到一个4打5，其实你的地图控制面积是不会特别大的，你的位置会很局限在某一个区域里面。对于 FPX 来说，他们只要把技能衔接做好，然后把补枪效率提高，那对 DRG 来说，这个进攻是非常难打的。
是的，而且我非常喜欢，就是 FunPlus 这一波在。
I did some analysis of Madrid, and Autumn was actually one of the highest impact players. Interested to see how he does in this one. I mean, Autumn is like phenomenal. I think he's just a really good. I'm also getting confused with my own chat and Sliggies. Like I thought I got hosted by some for like 7,000 people earlier because I was reading the wrong chat. So I'm just like having to double check. So I'm so used. I look down here, which is usually where I have my normal chat as well as the one up here. But that's where I have Sliggies at the moment. So like I'm just confusing myself.
这个是他非常常见的一种风格。
就是这，就是这个头目命中，在哪里跌倒就在哪里站起来。
Oh, I've forgotten how to say time in Chinese. Is it Shijian? I know it ends in Jian. But I was trying to do, what I need to do to like learn Mandarin is I need to translate iconic moments from English speaking to Mandarin.
FPS 其实也预料到了，而且抛出
that's it.
感觉有点尴尬了。现在对面过来去搅他，阿阳前后都有人 ，Life 直接拍马赶到。
Like we learned what melons was, we learned what pros don't fake is.
有更多点头的说法吗？没有了。提瓦斯路克拿正义驾到，收掉了 Life， 而且这个人好像是可以拉起来的哦。
Also, it's terrifying to say stuff in Mandarin because even the pronunciation, like saying Jian. Or Jian, or Jin, Jian. I think a lot of stuff that I say naturally has that kind of like Jian. So I'm saying it like Jian, Jian, Jian. All are 3 different fucking words. Crazy.
现在在找，但唐指导神位控制的也很好，选择主动 pick 出来。那已
Don't worry about pronunciation. Oh, do you mean like it's sort of a very very overlooked? As in like people sort of know contextually what you're saying. He's just owned him. It's so nice to see Lysol performing well after everybody was clowning on him like post Madrid because of how poorly he was doing.
People look at the scoreboard too much, man. Like, if anyone needed to get flamed in this team, it was like the people that were pushing in the 3v5s to lose some games.
The IGL.
Yeah, exactly.
FPX IGL pushing. Wait, this sounds familiar.
因为唐指导明显看起来他后面2发是不太敢穿的，他怕被反混。
对，在这儿4比0。
But I think like the move into like this comp was the same as what they were running at like Madrid and kickoff. But a lot of the stuff now that Autumn sort of playing Viper, Lysol's back on the role that he was meant to be playing with Sentinel. Like the adjustments that FPX have made to this team to make it better in such a short amount of time are really nice. So I think their chances of Shanghai are amazing. Lysogen's Evo was crazy. Yeah, exactly.
Dude, I'm telling you, if this team like actually, this is like the main team that if they got discipline and they understood like man advantage, don't do this, they would actually just start winning games.
Yeah.
In like a
Well, they
big
should have
tournament.
beat EDG in the finals, right? If it wasn't for some of the rounds that they had on this map.
Yeah, the Breeze one, the Breeze 11-11. Bro, they should have. Well, they should have got a map off Loud. They shouldn't have beaten Loud, but they should have won Icebox.
I think it was against Loud or against KC. They had 2/3 of the first kills.
Yeah, I think it was Loud.
Yeah, it was Icebox, I think. But yeah, I think it was the first map in the first series. They were like 16 first kills, 8 first deaths, and they lose like 13-10 or something. Like, it almost seemed mathematically impossible to win that many first kills and still lose as badly as they did.
很自信的一个打法，并且也打出了效果。中路这一回合又是 Autumn 跟 Life 两个人。
Mandarin is 4 tones, but Cantonese is 9. Yeah, like Beth, my partner, like works with somebody that's Chinese, but I think that they speak Cantonese, and, like they don't speak Mandarin, is what they say. Has anybody got in 13-0 this calendar year for franchising? I don't think so. I can't remember. I feel like I should know that.
主要 Autumn 有大，Autumn 是有神鬼不绝的。就你进到点内安置了爆能器，我可以步入神鬼不绝去探你的信息。
对，而且
For how big China is, I'd expect more, like more languages.
看一下中路 ，Autumn 已经看到了。
I mean, I guess that's one of the big things about China politically is they want it to be like a unified nation. Probably that's about as much as I'm going to say about it than that. Like, it's the fact, like, geographically, China's big enough to realistically should be like 4 time zones. Same as America, there's only 1, and it's based around like Beijing. That's like the best example, I suppose, of like just like China as a region just is very like keep it centralized, keep it focused.
在另外一边直架住了 Autumn， 拿到了这一分。
是对于 FunPlus 来说，其实他们这个宇宙分裂和神鬼不绝的配合。
I imagine it's probably a good way to learn Mandarin, though, isn't it? Like watch something like The Simpsons and just put it as Mandarin and then have subtitles.
宇宙分裂留个口子给耶鲁进去，但刚刚是
有人进了我的口子。
对，所以他没办法进去。
那卢克也比较倒霉，刚出来就吃了一发。
I can speak Canto with an Australian accent. I wonder what that sounds like.
他们顺利安装完爆能器之后的这个站位，我觉得这个枪线分配还是非常合理的，也是拿到了自己的第1分。是。但是 Life 的明居来了，明居。
I mean, there's not too much to talk about this map, is there? So.
蟒侠有过击杀，飞将也有过击杀。哎，现在直接叫了一把明居过来看守。
其实还是那个点吧，我觉得对于威风岛屿这张图来说，你不能够太轻易放进攻方进到点内去安置爆能器，不然的话，其实进攻方能够施展的空间很多，他们可以强行拖延时间。
DRG actually won? No.
安装爆能器是比较困难的，因为对于回防来说有限，这个面积比较大，你也很难全部覆盖到。DRG 其实这张地
Unless you're talking about Nova around, oh yeah.
非常有耐心。
Yeah, I mean that should be like the.
1打1的机会。
Like the expectation almost. They picked up a round. Hooray! Like DRG, like the last time that these two played was for a spot in Madrid. Like that's how close. Like, and I don't think DRG are just a team that is overperforming the sum of its parts. I feel like it to an extent, but at the same time, it's like DRG got to a good position off their own performances and off their own back. Like they won Ascension because they're a good team. But I just, from the form that they've been playing, like the players outside of Vukashu, and even then Vukashu at the moment, like nobody's really like shining for this squad at the moment.
正面的队友都 倒完了，时间也不够了。
是的，主要没时间了。
Not in comparison to people like
在
Tech.
近一点的时候，我觉得留一
Because I think Tech versus DRG is quite equal. Like, DRG beat Tech at kickoff a couple of months ago.
协同也没有做得特别好。
But
有人是早于这个
one team is looking a lot better on form at the moment than the other.
而且另外一个点就是你在前期打慢的过程中，一定是要跟对手去换一些技能的。
对，
不然的话，其实在后续你卡一个30秒的时间点进点的过程中，防守方有一堆的技能可以正面堵你，那你就要面对汤的技能强行去进这个。
Yeah, I think that's like I don't mind things like that being mentioned in chat, but it's just
太习惯了他们就喜欢在防守方打出这样。
seeing some of the
you see
reactions.
Did you see the guy go into the Astra wall?
No,
when they tried
no.
to use the combo. You know the Astra Yoru ult.
Oh right. Yeah.
Like they saw it as a little cubby, and the guy just stuck in the little cubby in the other round just to make sure it couldn't happen.
Just takes you out the fight, I guess. No, we were just talking about like different dialects of like, Mandarin, Chinese, Cantonese. Because I was just like, all right, it's just FPX farming. Let's.
今天他也是换了一个位置，
Yeah, I hate games where it's a little bit one-sided, especially on a comp that should be getting wrecked on defense.
I like for like DRG because I think they were running Harbor Viper last week. Like they've kind of gone back to something a little bit more sensible. They were playing like Luke on Yoru, now he's on Jet. So even if this doesn't go that well for DRG, I kind of like the direction of like let's try not to overcomplicate it. Like let's just play good Valorant.
Yeah, makes sense.
就是他们能够快速进到点内安置了爆能器，然后去守这个爆能器，这个才是 DRG 的风格。
Because you can't outcook FPX at this rate. And like moving live to like main duelist now is just. I'm very excited for this team.
只留了我看出一个人单挂，剩下的4个队友是抱团的。
Life 顶着出，但是手稳雷击剑，电满了。
这一回合是预判到了方 plus 可
It's a
能
very
会
good
主动
combo.
前
I've
压，
got too many
这
like
组
things
合
I'm
技
like
发挥出
looking
了
at.
效果，这才是该有的团队配合。
是。 就手稳雷击剑，因为雷击剑之前在很早古早的版本是90的伤害，但现在学到75之后，也就意味着你的手稳雷击剑如果想打出击杀，必须得电满。
对，
刚才那一发就是电满了。
电满双倍就正好，并且再有一个接口给到了我卡出的神经曲系，确定落位。
要进，直接照到了阿阳的位置其实有点尴尬了，但还会有独木。
Shuan becomes assistant coach for FPX now. I think he's just a substitute. No.
直接走到了一个比较安全的位置。
没错。
But they've been a substitute for the team for a long time.
巡离剑直接先给。
而这个站位上面其实落得也非常不错。正面 Nick 还有一颗闪光。
Interesting you guys have so many opinions about China when you don't know anything. I don't know what that's really in context to, but.
看一下这个拐角处 ，Luke 这个点位有点尴尬，狂烈之怒 ，OK 擦身而过。
Like for like how China functions as a state, I have no clue, never claimed to. How they play Valorant? We lose a lot of context because we don't speak Mandarin. Oh my God, Xion is actually going to own.
是的，包点上有个蛇吻，远距离。
This is a Silver's wet dream of a round. Can't get the A star.
将他补掉这一分 ，DRG 成功拿下。
好，布卡楚还回收了一把明狙回来。这一回合17的狂烈之怒，配合上雷击剑，全是技能的伤害，打出了4杀。
是。
这我觉得。
I like that it was like, oh my God, let's like clean, everything's working. The thing is, plays like that, that's why like so many people, like I've seen like TMV sort of say like Clove on Breeze isn't good. I can't help feel like you see moments like that, and I think put a medal in there with a shock dart. You can't fight for A main, and if you die towards A, you can Viper wall still towards B, and you can still smoke for A main.
但 Luke 如果拿明狙的话，对 DRG 来说，他们又得打慢的。
这回合 Nick 可以走第一个 ，Nick 有无效命令，他可以担任一个伪决斗的位置。
阿阳出，这一颗直接撕掉了明狙，这个就是进攻明狙最大的隐患，因为你要主动拉出来。
Yeah, in regards to like stuff with, it's very intimidating, I suppose, of like. You hear stuff with like Genji and what happened there and why Genji games are broadcasted in like China at the moment, and then also why there's some days where there isn't LPL broadcasts at all because of stuff that happened at Worlds last year, like anti-K-pop rules and stuff like that. It's just it's very like intimidating, I suppose, because I don't want to fucking get caught up in that.
奥腾打一个，把中路的五卡数给断掉，但是正面 A 点所有的防守方队已经尽数倒地。
是五卡数单挂被抓了，
Like you hear about it and you go like, Jesus Christ,
这
like
一回
it's
合2楼唐哲浩好像依旧在藏，就是因为2楼其实他把柏林对掉了，所以 Life 刚才又要看2楼，又要看 A 大，直接被抓了个侧身。
没闪了，对 Autumn 来说，而 Nick 手上还有一发闪存过在。 还在去找人的位置，唐指导卡了个时间点去绕。
And also, I think it'd be cool to like learn Mandarin, but it's like with the amount of word that it would necessarily take, it's like, is it worth it for what I do? Like the only world I think it'd be super worth it is like if I actually lived in China, which I would probably not want to do.
经济并不太健康，这一分吸氧气也是收掉了刘一手。
没错。 在暂停回来的调整上面，我觉得真的效果非常不错。这一回合在近点的时候，其实阿阳那一刻确实有点没道理，卢克也没什么办法，那一刻太夸张了，这个反应而且还是收进的一颗。但是2楼打通了之后，就是给到爆点很大的威胁，这也是为什么微风岛屿在2楼被打通之后，普遍来说进攻方的得分率会偏高一些。
The ability of local like grandmothers to immediately identify what part of China you're from based off your face.
对，因为你没有技能能够协助你去防守，你只能够通过用人。 去进行一个防守，但是我们知道的
Make it man being a translator now.
你用人，那肯定是比较难。
I mean it'd be cool.
Plus 的经济很差，直接继续反清 A 大。
When are the capsules coming?
唯一把英雄皇都在 Life 手里。
I heard before Shanghai. What seems to be coming out more often now is after Shanghai. Around Shanghai is the better option, like the more likely option. But initially I heard before. Now it seems to be after.
我看手在单摸。 但他这个单摸风险有点高，因为 B 点防守的人有点多。
Yeah, I mean, like the UK, because of how small it is in comparison to somewhere like America or China, the amount of dialects that you have in such a small country is crazy.
就看他能不能发现这一点，因为 FPX 也没有露太多的动静。
When Chinese customers were watching JDG games, they covered their logo, kill feed, and didn't mention their name. Yeah, I mean, it's
现在他没有发现，他把队友 call 了回来。
crazy.
他觉得 B 点太安静了。
哎，安静，对，有点
沉寂，
对，有点诡异了，感觉。
这是什么？沉默震耳欲聋。
是的。
China's not as bad as like, yeah, that's also that side of it too.
打掉了，这个时候再转点过来很尴尬，而且好像有0点秀弹，直接抑制住了刘一手，那还行，要进吗？不进。
It's definitely something that you don't want to get on the wrong side of.
22秒，因为有人摸通了，修文7在 A 点已经进去了。
So glad I didn't pick up the West Country accent. Me and Beth were talking about that the other day. Of like there should be more characters with Bristolian accents. I think the problem it suffers from is that almost the people don't realize that it's a real accent. They're not gonna get it. The Viper's pitted to just survive.
时间真的卡得太死了。
这一回合感觉是
Not quite sure what we're watching now at this point.
Oh, bro, that was pure melons.
当然，上帝视角是确实我们看到了，如果当时DRG 直接 run 进 A 点，情况可能会完全不一样。
Just melons if it exploded into a Viper's pit in the center of the map.
Damn, that was like, yeah, that was the extra. That was the extra element on top of that.
而且其实对于 TRG 来说，他们之前的几分一直围绕 A 点做文章，他们可能会觉得 FPX 也会。
I mean, China wants to be the best region. It's like we're gonna be the best at throwing some rounds. You thought KC was bad. Cracks knuckles.
Dude, that was impressive, man. That was a bold call. 26 seconds to cancel B.
一下子经济就此起彼伏，对吧？DRG 这边瞬间就没有太多的钱，修文7把英雄狂徒。
Ryan, you can't be saying that word here. Could stick to the rules, Ryan.
Which one?
T word.
Oh. It's alright. Lexi will probably just punch me in the face.
哎，这个要强行出吗？
淹散了，
要强行出，要强行出，但过点，
怎么有个倒霉蛋？
而且直接逐风进入到了这个星云里面。
2楼好像又摸穿了，开门给压力。
我卡主正面这个位置感觉其实有点尴尬，而且自己的血量有点低了。看一下从烟里面出来，需要接打一个 ，Life 一狙没有能够狙到。
英雄狂徒，而且他还能安装爆能器，中路。
开门。
I can't get my way about to verify. Yeah, I mean that's. Oh yeah, I tried doing it as well. Oh, it's not working at the moment. Try again later. It's like, yeah, it's not gonna work at all, is it? I mean, Shion's having like a good map.
这个假身是知道了 Autumn 的点位，选择大神
Oh man, he's out when he opened.
那这没办法了。就如果你第一时间在面对个1v2没有办法完成秒杀的话，那后续其实是不好操作的。
是的，就算知道了对方的这个落位，那两边同时过来也很难进行。 这回合 FunPlus 的这个防守
I gotta admit, I wish Riot had chosen to give Deadlock like more of a stronger like.
隔断了 DRG 的战场。
She meant to be Finnish or Norwegian, one of the two.
一个舌吻加障云。
Norwegian, I'm pretty sure.
就这么一个穿烟的技能，让 DRG 在 A 大困住了很久很久。
I'm just moving this
而且
across.
欧特
Keep
中路又
looking
把
at
唐
the
指导
wrong.
给断了，就感觉唐指导这个在进攻方的习惯可能被 FPX 探知的太明确了，我太了解你了。
来到了上半场的最后一回合，奥特跟 Life 手里1人1把局，经济已经溢出了。
Does Norwegian have a strong accent?
而且就这一分，其实对于 DRG 来说
Not as strong as Finnish, I'd
重担可能
say.
又要来到了西尔奇身上，因为他
Sorry, I didn't realize I wasn't full screen.
又是舌吻加雷击线控住 A 场。那这回合 FunPlus
Weird round again for like the buy for Vukashu. Everybody else has got a full buy, but he's just on the sheriff holding towards B.
加宇宙分裂的组合技了。
又是星云，星云掩护自己的站位，就这个口子你会变得非常难受。他给自己在这个点位续烟，那 DRG 在进攻的过程中，他们不仅清了点前，他们还要去清这个烟里，然后清完烟里之后，还得再打技能去清这个点后。
Yeah, somebody was saying in chat the other day, like how much easier it is to get stuff. Like that you can do everything from like a couple of apps on your phone if you travel to China.
他稳了一下，他没有着急，他扛了一剑，而且还反杀掉了对手。那正面看一下，这个巨人有说法吗？没有说法，他帮忙拉了个枪。
I mean, I'd just like to see a British, English agent, I suppose, that isn't from like London.
而且自己有神鬼不绝，可以确定落位。
Because man, there's so many good accents in the UK that you could like
不停的去给压力。留意说这个点位能看到
create a character around.
变成一个1v1的残局。
Phoenix, I mean Phoenix is from London.
神经取息已经确定。
Like I'm thinking like Tracer as well.
沃卡苏是一发 one tap 带掉了对手，完成这个1v1的残局。
一发无需多言。
是。
帮助 DRG 拿到了4
think that was me. Yeah,
在
I'm
进攻
probably
方是以4比
assume
8
that.
的比分进入到半场。
Yeah, I mean we've just got a Scottish character which isn't English but is British. As much as I feel like Clove would probably argue against that.
一些虚假的信息、一些干扰的信息围绕在你附近。
是。
但是在这样子的情况下，这个2v2处理的对 DRG 来说是非常完美的。
对。 而且其实从 DRG 拿到的这4分来看，他们一定要做得非常完美，才可以拿到进攻方的分数。因为 FunPlus 的防守也做得非常不错。他们在拿到这4分，我记得有1分是舌吻加雷击线的配合。
I mean, I think DRG has actually done well to like pull this back to a closer scoreline, especially when you're like 6-7-1 down.
包括2楼开门，但是在进攻方前期，包括他们技能不足，或者是走到自己想要来到的位置的情况下，通常会面临掉人。
But yeah, like with all of the,
之前一直在落后。
I'll plug it now. I don't really like doing it too much, but there is like a Discord if you're not in it, where there are like other China speakers, Mandarin speakers, and like news on like China. Like John Tucky gives us a lot of stuff, and like it's a good place, I guess, to get like just China fans alike. You don't have to join it. It also pings when I go live, and I'm gonna try to like I'm considering not doing watch parties for Pacific on like Mondays and Tuesdays. Just to sort of like use that time to like focus on doing the China stuff better.
5比4，而对于 DRG 来说，现在防守方其实他们确实，8比4啊，他们对于 DRG 来说确实。
Yeah, I feel the same, Avalanche.
防守方到底要怎么打？但是从这个赛前数据来看
But yeah, sorry, I was thinking like the problem with West Country as an accent suffers from, I think, is that like people almost don't think it's real because they like, oh, it's what pirates sound like.
看到了4个人之多，而且让你的独木第一时间是没有办法落下来的。
Alright, FPX attacking.